Refresh. Okay, we are live now. Game is up. Game is loading. Okay, game is good. Splits are up. Splits are ready. RAM is hacking in the background. What the fuck? I just ate. Got a drink. In this for the long run. Pretty much ready to go. Just make sure I have these on the screen where I want them. Going to pull up my resources for the run. I'm not gonna need the personality chart. Last time I attempted this, I was over on Kick, trying to start up my stream there, but that didn't work out. Instead, we're going to be here. I had a solid attempt and I almost PB'd, but I died to Baragonis at the second to last boss fight. Yeah. I'm actually gonna compare against my best segments. Yeah, I could get this down to a 502, which is pretty insane. That's with best segment. Just comparing against my PB. I actually need to do an edit here. I need to... Where is it? I'm gonna insert a segment here, and I'm actually going to erase the Dharma time. And this is going to be grind. Freaking fly buzzing around, try to get it. So we have now added a segment here. Pyramid grind segment because I made an edit to my routing. Tower map up. Splits ready. Game ready. So on my keyboard. Food on my keyboard. That's not good. Not good to be touching food when touching my arrow keys. So let's see. Okay. Hopefully I can PB on this attempt. Introduction, and if I PB, this will be going up on YouTube to replace my old PB attempt, and will serve as an explanation video for my run with updated information. So, hello, this is Master Mars here, and we are doing a solo hero, any percent glitchless run of Dragon Warrior 3 for the Game Boy Color. Not the Famicom, not any of the other versions, specifically Game Boy Color, which has a lot of differences. So we start this run after clicking the text speed here. We put it to fast so everything goes through faster. We pick a female or male hero depending on what personality you want and what items you want to equip, but tend to go with female because they have a different item equipment list. And there are specific equipment that I like better with the female hero. And there's a personality called the sexy personality, which is female only. If it's male, it gives you a lewd personality, which is completely different stat spread. One of 3 personalities are usable for this run. The sexy personality for the female character is viable. The solitary personality is also viable, which is what I'm going to be trying in this run. And the tough personality is also possible, which is used for the Famicom run. But I don't feel like pushing a boulder for 20 minutes to get the personality I want. So we're not going to be going for that, and I don't think I ever will for one of these runs because of the time consumption. I don't think I'd be able to make up that 20 minutes later just because of a slight stat change. So, beginning of the game, you have a personality test, and depending on your answers, will put you into a scenario, and depending on your answers in that scenario, will give you a personality for your character. Your character's personality will determine how your stats are spread out. You have strength, agility, vitality, basically. You have int for intelligence, and you have your luck stat. You want moderately high strength, decent agility, high vit, which is you're going to scale your health later on. Your int doesn't matter as much, but having high intelligence will also affect your MP or magic power stat. And then your luck stat, which doesn't really matter, but that can determine your crit rate. And I'm not sure what else. I still haven't completely figured that stat out. Through this run, you can only use your regular hero. Normally you're supposed to pick up companions. We will not be picking up companions, but we'll be making a single companion, the dealer, which is required for a specific item in the game called a yellow orb. And we drop them off, but basically it's an escort quest. We're not using the dealer for anything but dropping them off. So I'm gonna get right into this. 3, 2, 1, start. And for the solitary personality in this test, we'll essentially be answering no to everything after we put in our real name and real birthday, obviously. Which is just going to be A, and it's going to be January 1st to get through this faster. That's not true at all, but it doesn't have to be true. And now we get into the actual quiz. And we're just going to spam the B button to hit no to everything. Which is honestly the solitary personality scenario, and it's also pretty fast compared to having to memorize the answers to get the other scenarios. And this should take us to kind of like a theater area of sorts. We talked to this guy. He asked you to ask her something, if she still loves him. You talked to Pawnee, and she wants to break off the engagement. And so we tell him, no, she's not going to honor it. And this should give us the solitary personality. There's several different answers there, or you could just leave, and it'll give you different personalities. We don't want any of those. We want the solitary personality. Now, the next thing is we're going into the main game instead of this little dream sequence. And your mom wakes you up, and you're supposed to go on a quest to defeat a demon lord because your father died in a volcano, supposedly. We find out later he doesn't. Spoiler alert. He dies to something else, very sadly. There's a split that I have called Father Note for that reason. We're going to go ahead and pick up an item here, the Strength Seed. Now, in the Famicom version, you basically want a +3 on every strength seed. This version stats aren't as important for guaranteeing things because Famicom version has a boss health regen on some of the bosses. This game does not have boss health regen. Instead, they have flat amounts of HP. There are a few monsters that do have health regen, but they're not of a concern. One of them being the final boss, but only in a specific form that disappears. We're going to pick up another item here, a luck seed. Not as important, but still useful. We're going to talk to the king. And he basically says, oh hey, go get the some extra helpers, and we're going to give you a bunch of items to use for them. We're going to sell all the stuff he gives us, and basically take the money and run. And we're going to use that money to buy our own gear. And we're not going to get any companions. Other than that, there are some variations from this solo run compared to the solo runs of the Famicom version, other than the stats. So we have lower overall stats in the beginning of the game. We also have the boss regen thing, we don't have to deal with that. And we have some routing changes to basically cover for our lack of stats. We're going to be going for a specific weapon early on called the Spiny, which is a type of whip, which lets us hit groups of enemies. So we're going to go ahead and make our dealer now. I'm going to name them A. Gender doesn't matter in this game, like you can make it either male or female, because their personality is not going to matter. We have to give them seeds for their stats. We're just going to go manual, and normally I shove everything into bit for fun, but we're just going to put everything into strength. Just get it through. We registered them. That's that split. Now you'll see I have a big time gain there. Now usually I'll pick up my equipment before making the dealer, but honestly I'm not worried about that right now. We're gonna go back to our house, and there's a couple items to pick up here. We have to go for a quest required item called the Thief's Key, which is in a tower nearby that we have to go through a dungeon to get to. But with our stats, we can't go do that immediately. Instead, we're going to go to the shop here, at the inn, shop, and hopefully this guy... Okay, so you see that warrior there? There's a chance that he walks in front of this shop here, and you basically have to leave and re-enter, and it's a pain in the butt. I'm going to sell this club. And I don't have enough money to get all the armor I want here. I'd like a leather armor and a leather shield. For now, I'm just going to pick up the shield. And we're going to go outside. We're going to try to get to level 3. And we're going to try and make it nighttime, because there's an item we want to grab when it's nighttime. So in order to get the Spiny, you have to get things called tiny metals. And 5 tiny metals will get you the Spiny reward item. And I should probably use my strength and luck seeds to make sure I'm one-shotting things. So I'm gonna go ahead and use those quick. I can menu properly. So that's a sad roll. I just got a +1 on strength, which is basically a reset if you're on Famicom version. I'm just gonna roll with it. It's fine. Okay, and I'm fine with these 1 and 2 enemy fights. Are actually more efficient for me because they're both fast and I don't take damage. As you can see, my health is pretty low. Famicom version, you'll have like 40 plus health, and it's ridiculous how different the stats are. So I got a really bad health roll for the beginning of the game. Sometimes you'll get like 20 some health, and other times, like this one, you'll get like 14, 15, where my base health was. That'll correct itself at higher levels, but right now it kind of sucks. Anyways, there's 2 tiny metals in the castle. One we can get right now, but we're not going to, and one that we need the thief key to access. There's going to be 1 tiny metal we get at nighttime in the town here, and that'll give us 3 total. There's then 1 in the tower, and then there's 1 in the second town that you visit. So this is the first town, first kingdom, really. This is our hometown, home kingdom. And then there's second town, which is up to the northwest of us. And we'll pick up a tiny metal there, as well as a book. And books in this game change your personality. We're not going to be using them. Instead, we're going to be selling them. So now we can go ahead and pick up this tiny metal in here. This building normally has somebody standing in front of it. And here's the tiny metal. We're gonna go back outside and see if we can get another easy encounter to see if we can get another level. However, my health is pretty low. This is actually a perfect fight. Because, so max damage I could have taken that first turn. These things will only do 1 damage per turn to me each. I could have taken 2 there, but the slime didn't move, so... now my health is too low. And I could either talk to my mom to heal, or I can just use the inn. I'm going to use the inn. We're gonna go back out. Thankfully, inns don't take up much. They're just 2 gold here. Encounters are kind of slow right now, but that's fine. We'll hopefully get a level from this fight. So I only have 20 HP right now. Considering you can start with a base of over 20, this is kind of sucks at level 2. Okay, I think I need 1 more encounter to level up. Once we hit level 3, we'll go to the second town. And after we pick up the other piece of gear that I wanted, the leather armor. And we're picking up the armor for defense, because we want, if possible, all the monsters. I did not get a level. We want all the monsters around this area to only deal 1 damage to us. So, if we go to the northwest, there'll be a anteater type enemy, a rabbit type enemy called the horny hare, and they have higher attack values. Then to the northeast of that, there's frog wars, which are a frog type enemy, babbles, which are a slime type enemy that can cause poison, and I think they're called sting moths. They're a butterfly looking enemy, or a moth looking enemy. And they can cast a spell called Surround, which will basically blind you and make your attack values really lower. Or your hit rate a lot lower, I should say. Okay, so we hit level 3. Now, we should have enough money that we can sell items to get the leather armor. And we're gonna see if we can afford it now. Yeah, you can see I have 61 gold now. So if I sell both my traveler, I can hold on to these other items for selling later, and now I can get a leather armor, and we're a bit stronger. Okay, we're just going to leave, and we're going to go to the second town. We're not going to take this fight, and they're stunned, so we can run away faster. We're not going to take this fight. Don't feel like waiting on 5 enemies. And now we're here at the second town. We're going to go in this building to pick up a book to sell for money. And now we're going to go to the bottom right of the town to push a boulder to the side to grab a tiny metal that is hidden underneath here. This game has all sorts of hidden items on the ground in different areas. We'll be picking up a few of them during the run. It's actually nighttime now, which I don't think is a good thing for me, but I don't think it'll affect anything. So this is first dungeon. It's basically the bottom of the tower. We're gonna pick up a chest here for some money. I kind of messed up my movement here. We're gonna run from this fight. I don't feel like fighting frog wars. This is the frog type enemy I was talking about. And with running in this game, there's a chance to run every turn. The maximum amount of turns it can take to run is 4, which sucks. But you're a guaranteed run 100% at 4 runs. We're gonna go down this ladder. And this guy here is an inn. And we're gonna go ahead and heal. And this will also change it back to daytime. So that's perfectly fine. We don't need it to be nighttime right now. Nighttime and daytime will change towns in different ways. So now we're in the tower. This is the Tower of Najima. There's the thief key at the top of the tower and a few other items we want to get on the way up. We'll go ahead and take this fight. This is the anteater enemy I was talking about. And we'll get this chest here. We'll have our tiny metal. So that's number 2, or number 3 of 5. The other 2 will be in the castle that we will be revisiting. And there's a chest here I want to grab. It'll give me another 40 gold. And now we'll just progress through the tower mostly normally. There is one more chest we need to pick up. The book and the tiny metal, or the thieves key and a book at the top of the tower will also be picking up. Now this fight's kinda iffy. I can't seem to one-shot these right now. So I probably shouldn't have taken this one, but I need experience points regardless. If I'd gotten a +3 on the strength seed, I probably could one-shot these right now. Yeah, this is pretty slow. Note to self for future runs, do not take anteater fights when you cannot one-shot them. So we also picked up an herb from our house back in Aliahan. We take that. It is basically a safety herb in case we need to heal. Like, we might actually need to use that in here. Because that fight was very rough. Like this fight, we aren't going to take. Okay, there's, that's a dead-end room. This is where the staircase is. So now we're on the second floor that can actually progress up. We need to go in this first door for the staircase, but I'm going to go in the second door for a item called a warp wing. A warp wing lets us travel from anywhere to any city of our choice, as long as we're not in a dungeon. If you are in a dungeon, you will bonk your head on the wall. And, well, head on the ceiling, I should say. And you basically waste a warp wing. Or a return spell, which is a spell you get later on. So I just hit level 4. I want to hit level 5, though. Because at level 5, we get the spell called Heal. And my health is low, so we're going to go ahead and safety herb quick. And we're going to go up, left, down, to the staircase. We'll take this fight, this is fine. Even though I can't one-shot these, there's only 2 enemies in this fight, so this is fine. Part of the reason why the split isn't a lot faster is because I intentionally take fights, so I have enough levels to get through things. But this split was pretty good, and here's the thief key. And we'll go ahead and split. And then he talks about books. And we'll go ahead and it's the left bookshelf, not the right one. And we're gonna go ahead and just jump off the tower. Yeet. Yeeted herself off the tower. So, done with the tower. Now we're actually gonna go back this path, even though we don't need to. There's 2 items here and a chest that's locked by the thief key. I'm not going to take this fight with slimes. These things aren't going to give much experience and they're just going to waste time. So inside this room here, which is locked by a red door, which is thief key locked, you get an agility seed and a hat. Yay, hat. And now we're going to go back this way, and we're going to be exiting a entrance in the dungeon. Here's the butterfly enemy. It was not a sting moth. Sting moths are later. Butterfly enemy can cast surround. And we're going to go up the castle through the dungeon to the main castle area. The dungeon, for some reason, is connected to this tower via the thief key. If you could access it without the thief key, getting to this tower would be a lot faster. So that's a surround spell, so now my accuracy is lower. So you can see I just missed. And we're hoping anytime we get hit by surround we don't start missing like crazy. Usually we're fine, but just had double misses. Okay. Hopefully we'll hit level 5 soon. I would rather not hit it later. I just need some good fights. This one's pretty decent. I'm not trying to get fights here, but I will take fights if they're easy enough. Just because I need the experience. Actually, I have a good amount of magic power right now. So in battle, it'll show H and M for health and magic power. But if you go into the menu, it'll show HP and MP. Which is basically hit points and magic power. Or magic points. I think it's magic power. So now we're back in the castle. And as you can see, one of those doors down there took the thief's key. This door takes the thief's key. And this door is hiding a tiny metal. So that's tiny metal 4 out of 5. And we're going to go down this path, which you can walk around to early on. And in here, there's an antidote and a tiny metal, so we're grabbing both of them. Antidotes are used to cure poison, which can happen on occasion. The only other way to get rid of poison is to go to a priest and pay for them to remove it. And we can exit through the back door here. You notice that was a thief key. You can't normally exit through this door. And by routing in the tiny metals this way, instead of going and getting that antidote and tiny metal earlier, will actually save some time because of being able to exit through the back door. So now, we're going to go into here. And this well leads to the tiny metal collector. And we will give him the 5 metals. And that'll give us the spiny whip. I actually just had a gold split. And he says if you get 10, you can get the garter. There is an actual list of all the items you can get here. We'll go ahead and equip that, and we're going to head and warp wing. We're going to the second town where we need to pick up a required item. So here, in this town, there's a house locked by the thief's key. And we're going to check in this vase for an int seed. Then go up here. There is a book on the shelf, or no. Oh, it's an antidote in the drawer. I constantly forget items. And this guy locked up tight. But oh, we have the thief key, and he must give us this. It's a bomb. He's literally giving us explosives. What a great thing to give a 16-year-old. Let's just give a 16-year-old a magic bomb. Makes so much sense. But we're going to use that bomb because we can't leave this beginning area without it. And now we're going to head east. Go to the second major dungeon, or the first major dungeon of the game that isn't the tower. And it's basically the pathway to an entirely different continent. As of right now, we don't even have a map, so we can't even see that we're on a lone continent. But we'll get the map here soon. We don't have to pick it up, but I like picking it up. And now that I have the Spiny, taking fights will be a lot easier because I can hit groups of enemies. If you notice, I attack one enemy, it'll attack everything in that group. There's also a weapon type called the Boomerang, which will actually hit all enemies. This kind of sucks that we're fog status right now, but I should still be able to beat this fight pretty easy. And the Sting Wasp is calling for allies, which is a mechanic some enemies have. I think I forgot to equip my helmet, because you notice I'm taking 3 damage here, and not 1. I forgot to equip my helmet. Or, I should say hat. There's both hats and helmets, and that thing I just got is a medal, which is not at all relevant to the run. But it's neat to see them, even though they waste a little bit of time. I'm going to go ahead and use those seeds we got, and we're going to go ahead and equip our wooden hat. And here is what's called a shrine. There is an item in the shrine, but we don't need to pick it up. It's not worth much money. And not really worth the extra time. This enemy, a healer. I hate these things. They can either cause really long fights, or they can die like that one did after it healed itself once. Okay, so going in here, there's a little lake, there's a dungeon, and if you come in here early on, you'll notice this entrance is blocked. This is what we need the bomb for. We're just gonna set the explosive here and back up a single step, which wouldn't really make any actual sense. If you were using real explosives, you'd want to be back, like, all the way to where that old man was. And now the path is open. And this chest, we don't have to grab, but we choose to grab. It gives us the map. And if you don't grab it, and you're okay managing without it, good for you. But I like grabbing it, because I usually need it. And now this dungeon is pretty dangerous. There is an enemy in here, similar to the horny hare, but it's like a level up. It is called the Almirage. And this is awkward. I am taking way too much damage from these. I don't like this. I do not like this. Need to heal. Please let me heal. Okay, I'm okay. So in here, the Almirage enemy, it is basically an advanced rabbit. Like these echidnas are advanced anteaters. And it has the ability to cast a spell called Sleep. And on Solo Hero, if you get hit by the spell Sleep, you are stuck there. You cannot do any actions until you wake up. And sometimes you can be asleep for a turn, or you can be asleep for like 4 turns, just like Pokemon. That is amazing. I have never gotten a Luck Seed drop here. So enemies can randomly drop items. I think the luck stat might affect that. I'm not sure. But I've never seen a Luck Seed drop there. That is really cool. So I used that immediately and got a +3. So with seeds, you can get anywhere from a +1 to a +3, +3 being the best, +1 being the worst. We always want to get +3s if possible, but it's not required to. I'm just going to take what the game gives me. To the left path over there was an item I'm not going to pick up. This thing, that is an Almirage. They cast Sleep. They are terrifying. I do not like dealing with them, and I will try my best not to take fights that have them in it. There's also 2 Echidnas here, which are doing 2 damage a hit. And that is a sleep spell. That is bad. I could die here. It is very likely. I am taking too much damage. So I just woke up first turn, which is really good, but there's a chance it could cast Sleep again. Even if you were asleep at the beginning of turn, there is a chance that it can cast Sleep again. Okay, we got out of that. We're barely alive. We're healing. And we're back to full health. We're actually at 38 health now, which is not bad. We'll take this fight. Despite the butterflies being able to cast around, they can't do much damage. And we can just kill full groups for the most part. With the whips and the boomerang, your damage will fall off the more enemies you hit with it, but you'll still at least do damage to them. This is actually a really good fight for experience. And we're going to pick and choose our fights and try to level up. We want to get... Okay, this thing's called a Caterpillar. Caterpillar. It has that spell. It buffs its defense. It also has a really high base strength value. So you just seen, I took 9 damage from that single monster. You do not want to fight those right now. If anything, you might not even fight them the entire run if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you'll get into a fight with 2 of them after this place in the Romilly area. And yeah, they're mean. They're very mean creatures. Okay, so I'm at 19 health. I'm going to safety heal. We still have 2 more uses of heal here, which should get us through. You also don't want to fall any holes like that one there. That'll put you to a subsection of this dungeon where you have to climb back up a staircase to get back to literally the beginning of the dungeon. And then you'd have to walk the whole way around, so it becomes a massive time waste if you do happen to fall. Given the near-death experience, this has been a pretty good dungeon so far. I've had some decent fights. We are going to grab a chest here. This has a weapon in it called the knife. Or the knife, if you want to pronounce the K. These things are going to kill us. So magicians, their attacks are very weak. Their physical attacks, they have no strength. But they can cast a spell called Blaze, like that. And that does a lot of damage. We do not like magicians. And we got away. That could have been worse. That could have resulted in our death. So, yeah, if you see groups of magicians, they're one of the worst things to see besides the Almirage. The Caterpillar isn't as bad because, well, it can cast Increase, but you just don't want to fight it because you're not going to be able to properly kill it without getting killed. Running from the Caterpillar is easy. So now we have the staircase. And we take the left path here. There's 3 paths. 2 of them are dead ends. 1 of them leads out of here. And then we're almost out. We'll take this fight. Babbles are a little annoying. They have the ability to poison you with their attacks. And we don't like Babbles, so we target them first whenever we do take a fight with them in it. And otherwise, this is a pretty good fight. The Echidna's doing 2 damage is kind of annoying, though. But soon enough, we'll get to the second major kingdom in the game. And we'll pick up a quest there, and we will pick up some items there. So you just seen I leveled up and I got a spell called Return. Return does the same thing a Warp Wing does. We use our last bit of heal here. And once we're out of this dungeon, we're basically home free. Because right now, yep, we just made it to Romilly on pretty good pace, actually. And first place we're going to stop is over here. We don't want... So in the pot there's tiny metal. We actually just want this leather hat. If anything, we're selling it for money. There's also a tiny metal over here to the right, but I'm not going to grab it. We're going to go in here. We're going to talk to the king. The king's going to tell us that our experience, we can save our game, which we'll go ahead and do. This will set a spawn point here. So if we do die, we'll come back here, even though we hopefully don't. And then he's going to ask us a favor. A bandit has stolen his golden crown. And we're supposed to get it back. We're going to get it back, but we're not even going to pick it up because we don't have to, because this quest is optional. At no point do you actually ever have to return the crown. If you do return the crown, you can become the king or queen, which is kind of funny, but also pretty pointless. We're actually going to come up to this tower, which has the king's father, who was a well-known gambler, and the king himself is actually a gambler. We pick up their cheat book, which we're going to sell for money. And we pick up a thing called a token. And what the token does, it lets us play a mini game called Pachisi, which will actually be used for getting some items that we'd like to have. They're not necessary, but they're very helpful. If you win Pachisi, you get a sword and money. And on the board, there is a boomerang you can win, which is very useful, and I always try to go for the boomerang. We're going to pick up some more items here. Now, moon herbs that I just picked up, they cure paralysis. Paralysis is another condition characters can get. However, on Solo Hero, paralysis means death. You will die to paralysis automatically, which becomes important in certain parts of the game. We're going to go ahead and sell items now and get a bunch of money, and then we're going to buy some gear here. Because we need higher defense. And then we're going to head to Pachisi to try and get items. Now, I don't technically have to sell all these here, but it'll be a while before I get to the next shop, so I might as well sell them here. And we're going to pick up a shield. And I could pick up armor, but we're actually going to get an armor in a little bit here from a town, as long as I don't die and lose half my money. So we're going to basically be avoiding fights if we can. Venom toads here are kind of annoying. That attack, as you've seen, just poisoned me. Meaning I have to use an antidote or I'll take a tick of poison damage. Stepping through the game, kind of like Pokemon. And yeah, we're just gonna use an antidote. We're gonna cast heal. And hopefully we can make it to Pachisi okay. Which we did. And now a guy's gonna drop from the ceiling. He lost it Pachisi by falling through a trapdoor. He has some funny text that I think got mistranslated. One day I will be a winner is me. I think one day I will be a winner. I don't know about the is me part. That doesn't really make any sense. And now we're playing Pachisi. We're basically rolling dice. I'm going to take this right path, which has a chance of getting me the shop here. And I can actually buy gear from this shop. We're actually going to try and pick up this iron shield. And I need to see if I can actually sell enough to buy it. And this actually doesn't happen very often to me. I don't think I have enough with just this. Need 33 more. Okay, I'm gonna sell my other token, because this is very rare to actually have an iron shield this early in the game. But having this shield just massively increases my defense, which is really useful. The seal sword and the leather armor aren't as important. The shield is very useful though, and I almost never ever have enough gold to buy that. Usually I just end up skipping. Oh great, this is a stat change thing, and there's no longer a chance for it to completely change the game. That's really bad, though. I just lost HP stat. Hey, treasure chest! I just got the wooden boomerang. This is by far the best single Pachisi game that I have gotten in a while. The only way this could be better is if I get a win on first try. I did get the life acorn, which will probably get those HP stats back that I lost. So in this game, okay, so I didn't win. I fell through a trapdoor there. I sold my other token, so we're pretty much done here. I can come back and try again, though. There is another token I can pick up. We're gonna go ahead and use the wooden boomerang. We're not gonna split yet, because I am gonna come back here with another token. But we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next cities. So, Almirage. Although they have the sleep effect, these things should only do 1 damage to me now. And I can go ahead and take fights with just Almirages. Despite the sleep issue, being able to hit all of them, I can probably get through this fight perfectly fine. Given I take 4 damage max each turn. As you can see, that was an easy sweep. I can try this fight, but the crab could give me issues. So crabs have really high defense values, and the army crabs have a decent attack value. They also do that. I don't think these ones can cast Increase, but there are crabs later on that can cast Increase, and you always have to run away from them. This might have been a bad idea. We're gonna heal next turn. Probably don't die yet. Normally I run away from crabs, but I thought I could take this fight. Okay, I could take that fight, it was just a pain in the butt. Crabs in this game are annoying. So we're at another town. There's a gear shop here, but we're kind of out of money, so we're just gonna pick up some items. There should be moon herb or... Oh, this is the token pickup. There are items there, they're not really worth much money, and you can only get them at nighttime. And there's items in here. I got another life acorn. I think it's the left one. Nope, it's the right one. There's a fur hat. I'm gonna go ahead and use those life acorns I picked up, and I'm gonna go ahead and equip this hat. Did I use the other one already? I think I used the other one already. Okay, and we're done here. Now we're gonna go north a bit, and there's another city up here. We're gonna take this fight. You notice I'm kind of getting outsped by everything at the moment. These things are kind of annoying, but also usually not too bad. I might take a death here if this thing wants to give me bad RNG. Nope, okay, I'm fine. Gonna heal. And up here is the town of Noaneals, which has been put completely to sleep. All its residents are in a deep sleep. There's a bunch of items we're going to be looting from their houses. The strength seed here is one of the important ones. There's another seed that I still don't know the spawn of, but that I don't pick up and don't try to pick up until I learn the spawn. So I'm just gonna pick all these other items up. So moon herb there. Sell that for money. A kilt. Is this the one I can equip? And this is our new armor item. So that takes our armor slot, and it boosts it quite a bit. And there's another house down in the bottom left of this town that has items in it, so we're going to pick them up. And there's actually a guy in here who's awake because he is researching this town and why it's asleep, and he tells you why. But we're not going to talk to him. We're instead going to take a book off his shelf, a seed from the pot downstairs, and I actually just going to use that seed. I'm going to cast Return and go back to Kazov, a town that's just below us. And we're going to go back to Pachisi. I didn't mean to hit parry there. That was dumb. These are bad enemies. Sometimes if I menu too fast, I hit the wrong button. Surprisingly, they did not try and murder me. Now they're trying to murder me. Caterpillars don't do much damage anymore, though. That iron shield is very useful. This is not a fight I want to take either. Could probably one-shot that magician, though. Okay, so this is an unfortunate circumstance where I try to run 3 times and fail. But the fourth time you attempt to run is always guaranteed. Which is a nice little thing they have in this game. We're gonna go back into Pachisi. And we have to watch the sky fall from the ceiling again. We're gonna use our token we picked up. There's a fly buzzing around and I'm trying to get rid of it, but I have yet to grab it. We're not going to take the right path anymore because we got all the items we needed. Okay, Forest Isle will give us a fight. This is a pretty easy fight. Here, fly. Okay, fight's over. And depending on what we roll, I'm gonna take the left path. Or no, we're gonna take straight because I don't want to lose money. Okay, I'll take this fight even though I don't like it. Okay, these things don't do much damage, but they can lower your agility, making you slower. Stupid. Why? Plus I have a lot of health. So there's the slow all spell. It's not super relevant, but now I basically go last every turn. Agility can also tie into your defense stat, but usually I don't think it does too much, so I took a 2 damage there, which might have been because of my lower agility. That's okay. Oh, so earlier you notice how my stats got changed? if a certain stat gets changed in a certain way, it can trigger a glitch in the game, and it can give you level 99, which would invalidate this run. Sadly, I could not win Pachisi there, so we're done here. But if that were to ever happen, this would basically turn from an any percent glitchless to, hey, now we're playing any percent solo hero glitched mode. And it's an entirely separate category that's also doesn't have a real category that I'd like to try sometime, but basically all it would be is how many times I'm going to pick up the 3 tokens at the beginning of the game, save it roamily, and play Pachisi trying to intentionally get the stat change. And basically it's just soft resets until you get it. And then it's complete the game as normal. It's kind of a boring attempt, kind of a boring run, but it's a funny idea. There's a weird thing in the code that says, hey, if your stat drops a certain way and then you get experience and level up from a monster, you'll somehow get an insane amount of experience and get max levels. Don't know how it works, I don't know why it works, I just know it exists, and I haven't looked much into it other than knowing that. I think it's you either have to drop your strength value or raise your strength value a certain number, and then it messes with the values in the game. There's some other things, like in the Famicom version, there's menu glitches that people do for that run. GameCube, or the Game Boy Color has the 99 level glitch. I don't know if it's on the Famicom version or not. These enemies are getting annoying. I don't want to take this fight. We're not actually going to do the Noanil's Ashalam farm. We're just going to go to Ashalam, which is a town down here. And then we're going to basically have that split done. Normally, I might try to farm gas clouds or something. Decent experience, not super strong. So you'll see I'll save a ton of time here. The slight routing change that I've done. I'm going to stop at the inn. Now there is a shop here that I could pick up gear, but I'm not going to worry about the gear right now since I ended up getting the Iron Shield. That Iron Shield is actually amazing, because my defense is usually a lot lower right now. We'll take this fight. Now, south of me is the second Pachisi board. We don't use the second Pachisi board for anything. I could see if there's a reason to route it in at a later time, since it's not hard to get to. But as far as I know, it doesn't have anything super useful to solo hero. And now we're heading to the Kingdom of Isis, which is in the middle of a desert. I'm very curious if the HD remake of this would change the name of the castle, the kingdom here. The reason why I'm curious about that is because there's a terrorist group called ISIS, and, well, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, the original name for Ishizu was Isis. In this game, this kingdom is named Isis, and they're both named after the Egyptian goddess Isis. And then a terrorist group decided to completely defile her name and ruin everything. Why people defile gods' names? I don't know. Just a little messed up. Or very messed up, I should say. So now we're at this kingdom, we're going to pick up some items. There's an agility seed hidden here. There's a treasure chest in this well. For some reason you can go into every well in this game. Some of them have items, some of them just lead to dead ends. This one has a book called Brave in it. I guess you're brave for coming down here, and it gives you a personality book. We're not going to be using any personality books, we have the personality we want. And Oh, I forgot. This is tiny metal. I don't need this pickup. Now, I could get 10 tiny metals, which would get me the garter accessory. I don't need it, but I could sell it for money. I'm not going to sell my spiny just yet. I still want to keep my whip weapon. But we're going to sell all this other stuff. Other than the seed, we're going to use the seed. Do I even have enough money to buy anything? So normally you could pick up an iron shield here. I want the iron helmet. Don't have enough, do I? 800, 900, I'm a little bit short. I'm just gonna sell the spiny. I'm gonna risk this and just rely on the boomerang. I really want to pick up the helmet here, not later. And I don't want to have to farm for money. We're gonna go ahead and use the inn. And we're soon going to be picking up the best piece of equipment in the game. And I mean the most useful item in this entire run. It is an item called the Starry Bracer or Starry Bracelet, depending on what you want to go by. What it does is it doubles your agility. That's it. It doubles your agility. It is a permanent doubling. If you gain 1 point in agility, you're actually gaining 2. If you're gaining 2, you're actually gaining 4, and so on. And we basically say, yes, we deserve your sleep. We're honest. He literally just lets us have it. He's a ghost. Why would he care about a bracelet? Now we have permanent double agility. This agility seed just gave us +4 agility, not +2. Best item in the game. Now we're 2 times as fast. Our defense stat will scale pretty well because of higher agility. Starry Bracer, it's just amazing. It is the best item in the game, and I don't think anything else could compare to it, really. Just having it is amazing. Now we're going to go ahead and talk to the Queen. We're going to set a save point here and a spawn point here. And we're going to go get our next required quest item. It is another key. It's called the magic key. So you can see here these silver doors, we can't open them. The magic key will let us open those silver colored doors. And we're going to a pyramid, which is straight north of this place. And we're gonna navigate the pyramid. You don't want to step in these middle tiles. They will lead to basically a pitfall or a trapdoor. And we actually got through the first area of the pyramid with no encounters. That is rare. We're going to go all the way down here, and then head left. 1 encounter. I will take this. I don't care for king toads. I'm pretty sure these things can cast sleep. Yep, they can cast sleep. But my defense should be high enough to deal with them, even if I were to get slept, as long as there's not too many. There's just 2 here. I think damage range is 1 to 5 right now. But they're good experience if you can survive them. And we're just gonna safety heal. There's a lot of strong enemies in here, and we're definitely under-leveled being a speedrun. And now we have to solve a puzzle. And the solution to this puzzle is actually in the Castle of Isis. So west of east, to east of west, to west of west, to east of east. That is the order of buttons that we need to press to open a magic door to get the magic key. I shouldn't say magic door. I should say very advanced mechanism for a door. And I hope I don't get slept here. I could very well die if this fight wants to decide to be very mean. So, something else. If you die before the puzzle is completed, you have to redo the entire puzzle. If you die after the puzzle is completed, the door will thankfully stay open. We're going to try our best not to die, though. So west of east, east of west, to west of west. Now we need to do the east of east. I will take this fight. I am also fighting a fly in real world here, and it will not leave me the hell alone. I want it to leave me alone. See, these king toads aren't doing much. It should be a pretty easy experience. Didn't get a level yet, though. Safety heal. So we don't want to die in here before completing the puzzle. Heck, we don't even want to die after completing the puzzle. Something else, if you accidentally step on those stairs and reset the room, you will reset the puzzle. I'm going to try this fight, but if that mummy, the mummies can summon an enemy called a hork, I'm probably going to have to run from this fight because of that sleep. I'm going to try and run here. Yeah, that thing. It's basically a zombie. It has a lot of health. It does pretty high damage. Do not mess with horks. At least not right now. And east of east. So now you'll hear the door open. And now we can get the key that was locked behind the door, as well as another item, which I think is a seed. Strength seed, I can't remember what type of seed it is. You noticed, anytime I take damage, I am safety healing, because the higher my health is, the less likely I am to get killed. 4 turns to run is possible, and death is very likely. Sleep is also possible, and I didn't get slept there, so hopefully I don't die. That attack from the mummies can also do a thing called a brutal hit, which is basically the monster equivalent of a critical hit. He just went down to 3 HP. That is how dangerous this place is. You can get a bad fight, and you can just instant die and not have anything to do with it. So now we got the magic key. I want the other chest game. Also, you notice this little blue bag here called a trick bag? They don't give much experience points. They cast a lot of annoying spells. They give you money. Oh, it's a Vit seed, which is pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and use it. +2. I'm not getting the best seed drops. And now we could die for a decently fast way out of here. Might actually do that and just take whatever fights I get and just try to die out of here. Because walking out of here can be a little bit slow. Almost got the fly. Okay, so I lose half my gold, but I'm out of there. And we're basically back at full health at the cost of half our almost non-existent gold. And we're going to cast Return to go back to Romilly. And we're actually going to head to our next major kingdom, the Kingdom of Portoga. Which is, if just change the U or the second O, change it to a U, and it's basically Portugal without the L. For some reason I thought it was Portuga before, but I guess it's Portuga. Basically, we're heading to the Kingdom of Portugal. So in this game, the map is based on the actual Earth's map with, like, slight variation. Kingdoms are slightly off. Like, the country of Japan is actually just a couple islands, and it's like a 4-tile island, and it's called Japangu, which is being ruled by a fire-breathing 5-headed lizard, which is actually an 8-headed lizard in lore, but this game had restrictions on putting heads on things for whatever reason. So instead of 8 heads, it has 5. And now we're in Portuga. And we're gonna pick up a bunch of items here. So first, we're gonna go in here. Downstairs, left bag, strength seed. We're gonna go ahead and use it. +2's okay. We want +3's, but we'll take what we get. And this king also has a quest for us, but he also has a reward for us for doing the quest. But first, we're gonna loot his very poorly guarded treasury. These things are shock tiles, and they basically do damage to you, but they can't kill you. They can drop your HP to 1. So now my HP is probably at 1. Who am I kidding? I stepped on a lot of tiles. It's definitely at 1. And he wants us to get some pepper. Kings and their spices, right? He'll give us a ship, an entire ship, in exchange for a little thing of spice. That's how valuable pepper is to him. And we're gonna need that ship. If we don't have that ship, we can't beat the game. And we're actually gonna stop at this shop here. We want to buy a weapon. I need to check, make sure I'll have enough. We don't need the armor, but we want the steel whip for 3,100. But the item we just picked up, this thing, the mist, is worth quite a bit, and so is the tattoo we picked up. So actually selling both of them will give us enough. And we'll pick up that whip. It has much higher attack than our boomerang. It'll hit groups of enemies, and it's very useful. And I can actually cast Return to go back to Ashalam. We're gonna stop at the inn to get full health and MP. And we're gonna head to our next main town, Baharata. And we're gonna be starting in a continuing the pepper quest there, as well as have a spot to pick up gear. But first we have to travel through this pass, which is normally blocked until you get the letter. And to get the letter you need the magic key. And here's another one of those hidden items. It is a life acorn. Very useful. You always want to keep getting your stats up. Just gonna use it right away. Only got a +2. Those can go up to +5. There's 2 chests here, but they're pretty much useless items. They're not worth much. We're gonna give this guy the letter, and we say yes, we do want to go east. He walks right through us, and we have to follow him. And he's gonna bang his body against the wall to open a passageway, for whatever reason. Even though Could have opened this up. Would have been a lot faster. No, we have to go through this tiny gap here all the way around. Don't know why it is that way, because we're literally right on the other side of that wall there. And now we have to walk through a somewhat dangerous area to get to Baharata. I don't want to take this fight. You stupid cat flies are why I don't want to take this fight. Hit hard, and you have stop spell, preventing me from healing if I need to. Might take this, might take this fight. I might run though if the Deadhound decides. Actually, I shouldn't have taken this fight. Okay, I forgot. I don't have the defense for this. I'm gonna die. Please don't let me die. I'm dead. That happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. We'll just, oops, wrong, button. That spell is Recall. It's originally used for basically memorizing puzzles instead of having to, like, write them down on a notepad or something. And you can basically use Remember to remember words and Recall to recall the words to yourself. Big surprise, that's what they're named, that's what they're used for. Why did I attack with a boomerang? I'm gonna take this fight just because catflies by themselves aren't too bad. It's that heat cloud that could have dealt a lot of damage to me. Surprisingly, even though my defense is pretty okay right now, it's still not good enough. Getting a little hot in here. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner. Birds are being here. So we're level 9. So our health just went up by 11 points, which is really nice. Higher levels tend to end up giving you a lot more HP. We're going to be aiming for like 300 and something to 400 HP by the final boss. Hopefully. We're on a pretty good pace right now. But the reason why I'm so far ahead of my PB is because I didn't have the pyramid grind routed in, and instead I would usually grind to like level 10 plus at this point, just by killing other things. And it was pretty slow. Plus, I think I took a death or two traveling in my PB, which kinda sucked. Even with that, I hit 2 gold splits already, which was pretty cool. It's a very dangerous fight. Ugh, do not like that. Hunter flies are terrifying. Hey, you guys, hunter flies, stop casting fireball. I said stop casting fireball, not cast more fireball. It's a multi-target spell that will do damage to every party member. As a solar hero, you just take the full blunt of it yourself. I'm just not gonna risk taking any of these fights, and I'm gonna keep running. Oh hey, I got the fly. Fly is now gone. I no longer have to worry about this stupid fly. I do have to worry about those flies, though. Real life fly gone. Video game flies still trying to murder me. They don't even look like flies. They look like giant murder hornets. I have 1 HP. That is a miracle. Okay, we made it to Baharata. So now that we're here, need to go down here and talk to this old guy. And he's gonna ask you to go save his granddaughter that got kidnapped. And they're basically the owners of the pepper shop. And Gupta basically runs off to help her, and he's just gonna get himself kidnapped. He's not very smart, or very strong. This guy sells equipment. I don't think I have enough money, though. I'd love to buy the magic shield here, and the steel armor. But I don't think I have enough. Yeah, I'm out of money. I can get 900 or 600. I need 2,000. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. We're gonna leave here. We're actually gonna head to the head east before we go to the pyramid. And we're gonna pick up some stat boosting items if we don't die. I might have just wanted to keep my item instead of selling it, because if I die, I lose half my gold. Ouch. We're gonna go in here. This is actually the place where Tanya and Gupta got kidnapped. I don't remember which chest it is. It's this one. So this one has money in it. Don't pick that chest up very often. I should route it in more. We're gonna go ahead and basically run from all the fights here. Now we're gonna head straight down. There's other chests here, but several of them are canna boxes. And they're basically murder boxes or mimics, but they're not called mimics. The first level is called a canna box. It's cannibal box. Fun. Later on you fight actual mimics, which are what they are. They're a mimic of a chest designed to kill people. Except so we went to this area. There's a bunch of stat boosting seeds and stuff. We're gonna go ahead and use all of them. +2, kind of crappy. +3, very good strength seed there. Very good int seed there. +4 agility, because there was a +2, and we have the Star Eraser. South of here is where those two got kidnapped at, but we can't save them yet. We need to beat Kandar. He is the guy who stole the crown. His goons also kidnapped these guys. I can't use return out of here because this is a dungeon. Instead, I have to go all the way out and use return. I'm gonna go back to Isis. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna go in the town. I'm gonna go to the inn. I'm gonna stay at the inn. I'm gonna leave again. I'm gonna go back to the pyramid. I'm gonna actually have to make 2 trips to the pyramid. One to get a couple items, and 2 to actually grind it. Because, yeah, I don't have the proper gear right now. I need to buy that shield and possible armor. I'm trying to actually... I need to pull up my guide here for the pyramid. So I can't remember what's in all the chests. These chests will actually contain 4 Mummy Man and an item of some kind, or money. And I defeat the Mummy Men for the experience, and I take the item and I sell it. So now we're back here. We actually take the side path here. And the side path leads to basically the treasury. And each of these chests will summon Mummy Men. So going from the top... Let's see here. There's another fly in here bugging me. I'm trying to get rid of it. Right, get rid of one, maybe I'll come back. 3, 2, 3, 4. Maybe this one, I think. Hopefully it's this one. If it's not, I might have to do another fight if I can even survive it. I don't even know if I can survive this one. Hopefully can. If they brutal hit me, I'm dead. If they don't brutal hit, I should be fine. Steel Whip should give me enough damage to kill 2 to 3 of them. I killed 2. My strength's not high enough to kill 3 yet. This should be a 3-turn fight. Yeah, 3-turn fight. So one of these chests has a ruby in it. That was the agility seed. Okay, that's the agility seed. That should be the skirt. This should be the ruby. Don't have these memorized since this is a more recent addition to my run. If I had them memorized, this would have been a lot easier. I could have just immediately did this one and then moved on. Now when I actually do this grind, I will go through and do every single chest to get all the experience I can get. So that time, I 2-turned, killed 2 of them. Or 2-turned, killed 3 of them, which is nice. This should be the ruby. Skirt? What's that one, the skirt? I thought the skirt would have been the one above it. Let's try this one. So the wiki that I use for this does not have them in proper order. That second attack that one mummy man just used has a chance of brutal hitting, which will do like 50 to 60 some damage and basically one-shot me right now. So I'm basically doing these praying that they don't do that attack. Usually I get brutal hit at least once during the grind here, but usually I'm at a higher level to do it. That was money. Okay, so I don't know which one has a ruby right now. Let's try this one. I don't believe it's any of the top 4. I know it's not the left side, so... hopefully it's this one. Might be that other one on the bottom, I'm not sure yet. So the reason why I'm looking for the ruby is basically a ruby ring is worth a lot of money. As you'd think a gem would be worth a lot of money. Or a gem-embedded ring would be worth a lot of money. Well, that was just regular money. Is it this one? I'll get about half of these done at least. There's also a secret item in this pyramid that we could pick up, but increases your encounter rates, which is really bad. So we don't actually pick that item up. But there is a hidden item in this pyramid, just like the starry bracelet we picked up in the Castle of Isis. It's, I think, at the bottom of the pyramid, rather than the top. Hey, metal. There's the ruby. Okay, so we'll come back here and finish killing these in a bit, because I don't want to risk dying now. We're going to pick this item up, which is worth money, and then we're just going to leave. If the game wants to let us leave, hopefully we don't die. It would be very bad to die right now, because we'd lose a lot of money. Something else, we need money to pick up items called bug powders, which are very important later on. I'll explain that when we get there. So we're gonna go back to Baharata. We're going to pick up some gear. And then we're gonna go back to that pyramid and finish the rest of those. We're gonna go ahead. Hit the wrong button. Gonna go ahead. I'm gonna sell our armor. We're going to sell our shield. We're going to sell the skirt of flashy. Sell the flashy. I guess I'll sell the skirt. I should have sold the skirt and not the flashy. But there's another thing I can do which will actually let me save my money in increments of 1,000. Actually, I still need to... Oh, wait, I have enough. I have enough. Actually going to sell the ruby now, which will put me up to 8,100. Now, I'm not going to risk that money. Instead, there is a bank in your starting town, which is the place where we made the dealer earlier, and you can deposit money in increments of 1,000. So when you're risking death and don't want to lose your money, you can just basically come here and store all your money. And I'm going to store this for later, for when I actually need it. We're just going to put 8,000 in here. We're going to go use the inn quick. Actually, we're going to talk to our mom. And our mom will basically let us rest. There is a little thing here, because we talked to the king, but we get through that. It's a free heal. I guess the inn's probably faster. And we're gonna go back to Isis. And I'm just gonna use the inn here anyway, so we just needed enough to cast Return. Now, I could have bought a Warp Wing and used the Warp Wing. I thought it'd be easier just to heal, cast Return, heal again. I'm gonna go back to Pyramid. Not gonna fight this. These crabs I don't like. These ones cast Increase and they have really high defense. Even though I got new gear, they're still doing a lot of damage to me somehow. Yep, I have all my gear equipped. Something else, if you fall in the trapdoor here and go down to the bottom section of the pyramid, you can't use magic there. And it's... something prevents spells from being cast, and the spells dissipate. There are at least 2 areas that I know of in the game that do that. One that we're actually going to be using later on to grind levels, but that's really late in the game. And it's literally a place called North Cave. It is a cave that is found in the northern area of a continent. It's that simple. It's literally North Cave because it's in a northern location. Weird but very simple. Then again, if you're in an area that's completely controlled by a demon lord, would you really have the enthusiasm to name something not simple? Like, why would you make something exciting when you're at risk of dying to the demon lord at any second? Demon lord gets bored and then poof, there goes half the population. We're gonna go ahead and kill all these mummies now. Get some more items, and get some levels. And hopefully not die to a brutal hit, which has happened to me before, but our money's pretty much safe right now. If we do die, it's just travel back here, Go again. Usually, though, if I get most of the chest and I take a death, I'm not coming back. I'm back here because I still have quite a few of these to do. I'm gonna try and be at full HP going into these fights, except if I get really low on MP, then I might not heal if I have, like, high health after one of the fights. But I should have enough MP to get through this. That's a brutal hit. I could have died if that had been on the next turn. So I did a safety heal there. I could heal again to try and survive another brutal hit, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm just gonna risk this. I just didn't want to die to regular attacks. Because getting hit by 2 brutal hits in one fight is very unlikely at this state of the game. There's a strength seed, which is very useful. We're going to go ahead and use that, and the agility seed. Again, a +2 on strength isn't good, and a +1 on agility is actually a +2, but that also wasn't good. So, I found in this game, there's a bunch of different places you could try and grind, but I found out that it's fairly easy to kill these things with a low risk of death. You get quite a bit of items and money from it, which you need regardless. You need a bunch of money. So I routed this in recently into my run. Like, the past, 3 attempts that I've done have been doing this Mummy Man farm. It actually saves quite a bit of time in the long run. And, it's very helpful. Normally, I was doing other stuff to try and get some levels to get where I needed to be, but now I have this, and I don't really have to worry about that. So I just hit level 11, which is pretty good. Gonna heal. Nope, missed a fly. Only got 3 chests left, so if I were to take a death here, it'd be on these last 3 chests, and I wouldn't come back. I think one of them has a tiny medal, one of them has a cursed item that I can sell for money, and I forget what the other one has. It might just be gold or something. Okay, that one's done. Okay, that's the cursed item. That stone wig, if you equip it, it will give you a curse. You won't be able to use items or magic outside of battle, and there's no reason to equip it because it's not very good in the first place. There is a cursed item in the run we will be using later on, though, called the No Mask, N-O-H Mask. It stands for All Knowing Mask. And basically, it's cursed because it gives you all the knowledge in the world, therefore you're permanently confused. It does have the highest defense value for an armor piece in the game, though, and will basically max out your armor at 255. Which is also, funny enough, the bit totals for 8 bits is 255. It's the highest number it can go. Which is a game restriction. And it's used for a specific boss fight where the added defense value can really just give you a free boss fight. I can still die even if you use it, but it's very makes the fight so much easier. It's a fight with a monster called a boss troll. And he can do brutal hits, and we're done here on the pyramid now. We just finished off the last chest, the last Mummy Man. We're gonna go ahead and leave. And now we're gonna go back to Baharata. And we're gonna go to our next major kingdom place. It's a temple. The Temple of Dharma. Fighting this. Don't like dead stalls. Ampers I don't care about. Dead stalls I don't want to fight. It's actually not very far. We're gonna take this fight. These are called Mystifiers. They can cast Surround, and they can cast a spell called Panic All. Panic All causes confusion. Surround is annoying, because it causes fog. I don't often cast it. They usually cast Panic All. Confusion makes you attack your teammates. But with Solo Hero, you don't have teammates, allowing you to be perfectly fine with Confusion. Which is why the No Mask is used in a fight, because it doesn't affect your in-battle abilities. You can be confused as a solo hero. You can still do all your actions normally. If it was a regular run where you had companions, you wouldn't use the No Mask at all. Oh, that is annoying. We just got ambushed. And these things do a lot of damage. We could very much die here. I'd rather not lose money, but I'm losing money. That was terrible. Yeah, I just lost $700. Yay. That was an instance of, I try to run, but, the game's like, no, you're 4th turn running, or dying to whatever attacks you. I am in pain. A lot of pain. I might die here. Yep, I died again. So I just lost another 350 gold because the game decided to say no, you're not allowed to play anymore. And I have no way to prevent this. Like, sometimes RNG is just mean. Game can be cruel. I'm gonna put it over and I'll take this fight. I don't like dead stalls, but it's gonna give me an easy fight, it'll give me an easy fight. And easy just became moderately annoying. Okay, now it's back to kind of easy. Just put the steel whip back on. It's really nice you can swap equipment in the middle of fights. Good, now I gotta level up. Oh, that spell I just learned is kind of funny. It's called Iron Eyes. It basically makes you unable to do anything and unable to take damage for like 3 to 6 turns or something. It's kind of funny. It's not very useful, but it's kind of funny. Paradoxes. They're kind of mad at me for no reason. We made it to Dharma. I could set a save point here, but first I'm gonna heal. We're gonna set a save point, and then we're gonna go get our money. Oh, save and spawn point, but hey, I got rid of that fly. So save point because we don't want to die on our trip now. We're going to pick up our money and we're going to go to a town called Muar. In which case we're getting a helmet left by our supposedly deceased hero father. And we're going to be picking up items that we need. Save, hit take. We need this money to buy an item called bug powder, which when used on enemies has a chance to confuse them depending on what type of enemy it is. And we're going to be using that item to kill a thing called a metally, which is basically a metal slime. A slime coated in metal. They have 4 HP, they have insanely high defense, and they have a high chance of fleeing every turn in battle. And they give a lot of experience points. So we use the bug powders to either 1, confuse them, which 1 makes them attack their allies, and 2, as long as there's at least 2 enemies in the battle, will prevent them from running from the battle. A very important thing. Or we confuse another enemy to attack the metally, and the other enemies do more damage because for some reason they bypass their defense. I don't know why they bypass the defense, but they bypass the defense. So like, there's sting moths, Garudas, and sky dragons in the spot we're farming, and if you confuse them, sky dragons can use a thing called spew fire, which will basically auto kill all metalies on the field if it's confused. Garudas have a regular attack and a spell called Fireball. Fireball won't do anything. The regular attack can do anywhere from like 1 to 6 damage, and having 4 health kills metalies pretty easy. And the Sting Moth can also do like 1 to 4 damage, but they don't cast any spells. Okay, we made it to Muar. So here we have some items to pick, or some stuff to pick up. There is a hidden life acorn here, and there's a 3rd fly buzzing around. Where are these coming from? We're going to use the life acorn. Only +2. I am not getting very good rolls on some of these stat items. And now we're going to go over here to the back of this place. You can see this shiny helmet here. But we have to do a cutscene to actually get it. Is this... I keep forgetting, this is just a tiny metal and I don't need to pick that. We have to talk to this person. And basically go through some text options. Yep, we're the baby daughter. We can just mash no here. And this little kid walks up to us saying, we can have the helmet. It's too big for them, and be happier if we had it. We heard everything upstairs about we're the child of a person they call Pocapa. His name's Ortega, but Pocapa's like the nickname for him, I guess. And now we have his helmet. And his helmet gives us a very good defense value. So if you notice here, that gave us an extra 14 defense. So our defense is up to 126 now, which is really nice. Then we're going to go to this shop here, which is an item shop. And we're going to sell our old helmet. And we're going to sell the stone wig. To sell this warp wing. I actually don't have much money right now. We're gonna buy bug powders. It's a little weird. I usually have a lot more money than this at this point. Cannot figure out the life of me why I don't have that much. Other than dying and losing like 1,000 gold. It might be because I didn't win Pachisi, which also would have given me a decent amount of gold. So, now that we have bug powders, we can go kill Metalies. We're gonna stop back at Dharma. We're gonna use the inn here. Probably gonna have to buy a bunch more bug powders at some point. Now we're gonna leave. We're gonna go farm. I think sometimes I also kill a trick bag in my runs, which will give me a little bit of extra money. I'm trying to just think if I missed any items. I don't think I have. Oh, I know what I'm missing. I did forget to pick up items. So now that I have the magic key, there's some doors that are unlocked in places which will let me access a treasury. There's a treasury in Aaliyah Hand where I can actually pick up items that I can sell. And normally I go pick those up, and I completely forgot about them. If I go pick those up, I'd actually have enough money to buy a bunch more bug powders. But I'm gonna hold off for right now and wait until I run out of bug powders. Then I'll pick those items up. I'll go get more bug powders, and then I'll go back to farming. Because just leaving now that I'm already in this tower here would be kind of pointless. I also am going to take some fights in here that aren't Metalies, like these Great Beaks, for example. Although you can see they're doing a double attack to me, I have plenty of HP to actually fight these. And they give modestly good XP. And then I just heal up. And, take this bottom path because there's an Inseed here. Which I'll just go ahead and use that. I also need to fix my inventory by putting these bug powders in my, main inventory, because if they're in my bag, I can't use them in combat. And, we don't need the boomerang inventory right now, we're just going to be using the steel whip. We'll need that boomerang later, though, which is why I haven't sold it. I'll take this fight, kill the Mystifier first, and then kill the Great Beaks. Hopefully the Mystifier doesn't cast Surround, or I'll probably just try and run. Okay, it cast Surround, but it didn't land, which is great. If it had landed, I would have tried to run. Just got that other fly. I flipped its body, but it still managed to get away. I don't like flies. They're very annoying. Okay, so we're gonna just kill these Great Beaks and then continue. Something else. In this tower, Metalies only spawn on the 4th and 5th floor. So we're going to have to walk up to those floors. We won't find them on the bottom floor. There are other spots where Metalies can spawn, namely out in that area close to Muar, and down near the island of Zipangu, which we can't access without the boat. But, this place tends to be the best place. I could go up that to get to, like, the 3rd floor or something, but... Want the 4th and 5th floor? I'm gonna try and take this fight, hopefully not have any issues. That's annoying. I might have to run from this fight. How much damage am I doing now? Oh no, that's terrible. That's literally terrible. Okay, I'm gonna have to run from this fight. I can't kill them now. Normally I don't run into these things. Shadowers are kind of uncommon. They're here, but they're kind of uncommon. Okay, so second floor, cross a tightrope, back to the first floor. Teleporter. Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. Now we could farm here, but it's a small pathway. Here's the fifth floor. This has a giant rope. You're supposed to fall off to get an item called the Zen Book, which this could be really good or really bad. So this is the best fight you can get, but oh my god, I got the god RNG. I just got a 6 medley kill with a confused Sky Dragon. That is god RNG. The thing is, there's still a chance I could die here if I'm really unlucky. So I have to keep my health high, because as you can see, this Spew Fire does a lot of damage. I need it to do a regular attack. That is the best RNG I have ever gotten in this tower. Ever. It is all downhill from here. I am never getting that luck ever again. You can see, I just got 25,000 XP. That is the best fight you can get in here. The only way that gets better is if all 7 medleys do not flee before the Spew Fire happens, and you get the first turn Bug Powder trigger. The dragon has like a 1 in 3 chance of that Bug Powder actually confusing it. And like, odds are you're not getting the confuse, and you're only getting like 2 medleys that fight, maybe even 0. That was the god fight. That was god RNG. There was no way you can get better than that other than getting a 7 medley, which I've never gotten. Hell, I have never gotten that 6 fight before, I don't think. I think I've gotten like 4 or 5 from the Sky Dragon 6 medley fight, or 7 medley fight. But I don't think I've ever gotten the 6 before. That was insane. This is the second best fight you can get. A Sting Moth with 7 medleys. So the Sting Moth is 100% chance to confuse, and medleys are a 50% chance to confuse, so it's basically a coin flip. Sting Moths have a chance to do between like 1 and 6 damage. As you can see, it just did a 1 there, but it did kill the other medley earlier. One of the medleys fled. These ones are surprisingly sticking around. So I'm going to try and confuse another one. So I got 1 kill, and I have 2 confused right now. Another one just fled, but I have a guaranteed 3-pack right now. Possibly a 4-pack if I can either confuse another one of these, or I can get another random kill. See there, I missed the confusion. It was a 50-50 there. Surprisingly, they haven't ran yet. They have a high chance of running, but they, for some reason, haven't run yet. I guess got another confusion. This is a guaranteed 4-pack. As long as the Sting Moth doesn't die. If the Sting Moth dies, we're in trouble. Okay, we just got all of them confused. This is a 5-pack if they don't kill the Sting Moth. It is a 4-pack if they do kill the Sting Moth. Now I can just casually attack the Metalies. They won't run away, they're confused. And I'm hoping the Sting Moth kills them all and doesn't get murdered. And if the Sting Moth, there's a chance there's a glitch where the enemies will target an already dead or a fled enemy, and they won't do damage anymore. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but if it does, I'll basically just take a turn and just keep attacking. I can do a maximum of 1 damage a turn to these if I, 1, don't miss, and 2, get the hit off. So I think the Sting Moth is attacking an enemy that fled now. So yeah, there's a chance it dies and this one runs away, but that's still okay. I got a lot of kills this fight, which is really good. This is amazing RNG. I've had a really good RNG in this tower. This doesn't happen very often. This might be a PB if things go well. Usually it takes about an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes of farming this tower. Ooh, that was bad. So that secondary attack has a chance of paralyzing, and paralyzing is a guaranteed death. That was 20,000 experience. I'm already level 21. This is fantastic pace in here. Like, absolutely fantastic. I need to put more bug powders in my inventory. I almost didn't. I just thought I'd do a fun run today, do an explanation of everything, try to PB and everything. Did not expect this luck. I did not expect to get this good of luck. This is amazing. I'm on cloud 9, just like the Sky Dragons. I am so happy I'm getting this amazing luck. I'm also kind of sad. If I get a PB from this, and I PB by like 30 minutes or something, I'm not getting a run like this again. I know it. I don't think I could improve on this. Like, this is a luck-based PB right now. Okay, I'm gonna full heal. Now I'm out of MP. So what I do in this situation is I go until I die. And I basically do, reset, come back with more bug powders. So I'll probably go do a Leahan to pick up the items and then come back. I was trying to confuse this Garuda, but almost all of the Metalies fled already, so I'm going to try and confuse this last one, and it fled. So yeah, that's normally what happens in a Metalie fight. Everything just runs away, and you can't stop them. There's no run prevention. So you're just hoping they don't run away. Hey, a Sky Dragon. So something else, Sky Dragons give a fairly good amount of experience, it's just their Spew Fire attack does a lot of damage. Hey, it's level 22. So they give 800 experience, the Metalies give 4,000 each, roughly. I can try to take this fight. That's unlucky. Okay, I wouldn't have stayed in. I would have ran now if even any of one of them had left. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna try to confuse a second one. Okay, that's really good. If they kill C, probably missed. Kill C. If they can kill C, I get a guaranteed 2 kill here. They keep casting Blaze for whatever reason. Metalies aren't very smart. Well, they are slimes. They're just covered in metal. Oh, it hasn't run yet. Kill C. Thank you, it killed C, finally. Okay, so I got a guaranteed 2 there. This one's probably gonna run, though. I need 4 turns where it doesn't run and I do a single damage. Okay, I got 1 turn without... or where I did damage, and it ran. Still, that was pretty good. I got 2 kills there. 8,000 XP. It is getting harder to level, though. As I get higher levels, it takes more and more experience. This is the 3rd best fight you can get, the Garuda with 6 medleys. Best is Sky Dragon with 7, 2nd best is Sting Moth with 7, 3rd best is Garuda with 6. The reason the Garuda sucks is because of that stupid spell. It doesn't affect medleys. Spew Fire has a weird thing in this game, but not in later games. So there's also a spell called Bee Dragon that wizards can learn, or mages or whatever, and they can spew fire as a dragon, and they can get guaranteed damage against them. There's actually a thing called Metables, which are metal babbles, later in the game that give like 30,000 XP. You can actually grind them with the Bee Dragon spell, but in later games, like Dragon Quest VIII, they patched this. They realized it was a mistake and they patched it out, so Spew Fire no longer affects them in later games, but in this game, it works very well. Garuda is also targeting an invisible enemy. We got through that. Now our health is really low, so we're probably just gonna take our death here. I'd have to get really lucky if I were to get any more fights here, but there's no point in just walking out of here. So, I'll just take whatever fights the game gives me until I die. I don't have any heals, I don't have any way to get out of here very fast. It's just take whatever, see if I get experience, and if I die, I get to leave here faster. It'd be nice if this medley doesn't, and it killed me. I get killed by a medley. So, I lose money here, but I get out faster. And I get full health and MP back. So now we're gonna go back to Aleahan. And we're gonna go raid the treasury. There's a funny little comment the guard makes if you talk to him. Something about our father saved him or something or other, and he doesn't mind. Whatever, so I'm actually gonna show it. Often helped him. He won't say a thing about whatever you happen to do. By that he means, hey, you're a hero, and your father was a hero who helped me a ton. Why don't you just take everything in the treasury? It's not theft. I'm sure the king would have given it to you had he been sensible. There's even a bracelet in here called Hero. It does change your, it gives you bonus attack, but it also changes your personality, so it's not very useful. That was a +3 on that strength save. That is awesome. And we're just gonna sell the hero bracelet for money. So we're gonna go back to Dharma, we're gonna walk back to Moir, and we're gonna pick up more bug powders. Now that I'm at a higher level, I can take these fights no problem. You can see I got 192 health already. We're still not done grinding. We're actually going to be going to the level 30s area to get a spell called Heal All. And it does what it says. It heals all your HP. Doesn't matter if you're on 1 HP, doesn't matter if you're 1 off from maximum HP. It will heal it to maximum. There's another fly in here. Where are these coming from? You know, I love summer. I love the weather. I love swimming. I haven't gone swimming yet this summer. I'm gonna go swimming. But I hate the flies. Other insects don't bother me. Dragonflies, they're a good type of fly. Regular flies, I hate regular flies. Stink bugs I also hate, but they don't show up and annoy me as often. And if it's a stink bug, they're really easy to catch. Like, they just walk around. They don't have, like, very good vision. Flies, they see you coming. They see you, and they will leave. They are the worst kind of insect. So this is the area I was talking about. You can also get metal slimes over here. Well, the metalies over here. I think one of the versions actually calls them metal slimes. Ooh, these things I don't like. Snailies have really high defense. The ability to increase their defense, I think. And they're just a nightmare. But, we're back in War. If I don't walk the wrong direction, we're gonna go ahead and sell the loon we looted from the treasury, worth quite a bit. The hero, worth less than it, and is kind of a unique item. We don't need it, though. And we're gonna buy a bunch of bug powders. Yes, we need a ton of bug powders, please. Something else I'm gonna do that I'll need these for later, I'm gonna pick a bunch of herbs up. I can use these if I run out of MP during this next farm. And I can also use them in the no magic place I mentioned earlier. That's way later in the game. I can also use them to save MP when I'm going through dungeons. If the dungeon that has one of the bosses, herbs are really good for. So I'm just picking up a ton of them really quick, in addition to the bug powders. Just get all my shopping done in one go. Herbs are pretty cheap. And we're done here. I'm gonna go back to Dharma. We're gonna use the inn here at Dharma, and then we're gonna go back to our metal leaf farming. Hopefully don't run out of bug powders. I'm gonna actually be carefully watching how many I use, and trying my best to only take good fights. My last run attempt, I had like 100-some bug powders, and I was using them willy-nilly, and I actually ran out of them. I didn't have to buy more, but I did run out of them. These things are called Catulas. I love these things. They have a chance to drop an armor that you can't get by normal means until there's a chest later in the game that you can get it. It is a armor called the Plushie Armor. It turns you into a mascot character, but it has a good defense value. But by the time you pick it up in the chest later in the game, it doesn't have enough defense anymore. It's just better at this point in the game. I haven't gotten it as a drop yet. I'd love to get it as a drop yet, and it'd be great for a meme run. I'm actually gonna just see if I can get another catch-all for it. Did. Please drop the Plushie Armor. It's super rare. That ability is annoying, though, the peculiar dance. Please drop Plushie Armor? Nope, it didn't drop it. I'm not gonna go for the Plushie Armor, but someday I might get a run where I get the Plushie Armor. That day will be hilarious. I love the Plushie Armor. take this Great Beak fight. Great Beaks are pretty weak. Have you noticed they're not doing much damage anymore? Because leveled up, my agility went up. When your agility goes up, every point of agility is 2 points because of Star Eraser. But your agility also affects your defense stat, so my agility goes up, then my defense goes up. Which is why the sexy personality is also a viable personality. It has less VIT and less health, but it has higher agility. Solitary has higher VIT and strength, but not as high agility. Agility is actually one of its weaker stats. And then the tough personality has super high VIT and pretty good strength. I think even higher strength than solitary and sexy. But it also has lower agility. So they sacrifice defense for health, which is worth it. Except tough requires you to basically push a boulder for 20 minutes. The 20 minutes is not worth it. It's worth it in the Famicom version because they need those stats. This version, you don't have boss regen. Plus, they have other ways to save time in their run. Whereas I have to pick up extra items and other stuff that you normally wouldn't have to pick up. Well, I already got 200 HP, which is pretty good right now. And I'm hoping to have 400 by the time I'm in the final dungeon. Going into the final gauntlet of bosses. So the final gauntlet, you have to fight 4 bosses in a row. You have the King Hydra, you have Bara... I forget the name. There's Baragonus and... Anyways, there's 4 bosses, including the final boss. There's 2 different Bara bosses. One is the Ghost, or Spirit or something, or the Resurrection of Baromus. The other one is the Bones of Baromus. And Baromus is the Demon Lord of the Light World. And then the final boss is in the Dark World of Alefgard, which turns out to be the world from the first 2 Dragon Quest. And spoiler alert, Dragon Quest 3 or Dragon Warrior 3 is a prequel to those. I'm gonna bug powder. See if we can get melee kills in this fight. Almost had one. Okay, I'm only going to use the 2 here, and hopefully get both kills, which I just got the B. I'm going to attack the Metally, and not the Garudas, just in case. You're just going to have to take damage from that one for a little while. Okay, Garuda B is attacking us for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm just gonna kill Garuda A. That killed Garuda B. Oh well, we're just gonna take the 1 kill and leave. We're probably not gonna be able to kill this thing. Yeah. Unfortunate, but I wasn't gonna just sit there and keep taking hits for no reason. It wasn't targeting. We got the God fight again? Can we get the God luck again? No, that's usually what happens. It's like a 1 in 3 to confuse the Sky Dragon. So now all the Metallys have to take their turns. Sky Dragon has to take its turn. So as you can see, 3 of the 7 fled. I'm gonna try and confuse it again. Again, unaffected. It's like a 1 in 3 chance. I'd say it's a 50-50 because it either works or doesn't, but it's more like a 1 in 3 because usually I use 3 bug powders on it, and it confuses on one of the 3. There it actually didn't confuse. And now there's only 1 left. It's not even worth using another bug powder. I basically just wasted 3 bug powders, unfortunately. Which happens. Like, you want the god fight, but you don't want the bad luck from the god fight. We still have a good amount of bug powders, though. So it's okay to spare the 3 there, even though we didn't get what we wanted. What I'm really hoping for is to get the Sting Moth with the 7 Metalies, which Sting Moth is 100% to confuse. It works every time. And it only has a chance to kill 1 at a time. Whereas, if you have Sky Dragon confused, it can use the Spew Fire, which can kill all of them. Okay, that was nice. So I got the confused, and let's look at it. And that was not nice. So that's the insta-death from paralysis. It really sucks to have that happen, but, like, you can't prevent it. If you get paralyzed, you get paralyzed. I don't think there's any gear in the game that can prevent paralysis either. There's other enemies later in the run that can cause paralysis, and they suck. Paralysis enemies suck. You'll also get a game over if you have the 4 party members and all 4 get paralyzed, but the odds of that happening are really low. Especially with Sting Moths, they can only paralyze 1 at a time. Later on, there's a thing called Paralyzing Gas, which is a move some monsters can use. That can paralyze a whole party. It's not likely to, but it can. It can also paralyze your solo hero and give you an instant death. Did I fix my posture? Keep sliding down in my chair. We're back in the tower, back to our rope, back to our farm. If I wanted to, I could also go down a floor and just walk back and forth in that hallway down there. I think I did that for like 1 or 2 run attempts, but I find this rope to be a lot more efficient. You don't have to pay as much attention. You just walk back and forth and back and forth. Sadly, this part of the run could just put people to sleep. It is a bit dull, but it is required. I am not going for the confuse here. There's a high chance of paralysis. I'm gonna try and... Okay, so I killed all but 1 Sting Moth there, but 2 of the Metalies fled. I'm just gonna kill the Sting Moth and call this a fight. Yeah, it fled anyways. I do not like Sting Moths. The paralysis really sucks. Hey, we got the god fight again. See if we can get the confusion. We did not. Okay, so at least 3. 1 fled. At least 4 stayed. 5 stayed. 2 fled. Let's see. Try this again. Confuse, please. Did not confuse. Okay, 2 stayed. 3 stayed. 1 fled, 2 fled. So we've had 4 flee, 3 stay. We're gonna do 1 more attempt at confusion. And it failed again. So I'm 1 for 3 on these Sky Dragon fights. I'm not gonna go for a fourth one, it's really not worth it at this point. Plus, I'm getting very close to dying here, which would be the worst possible outcome of this fight. Metal ED, just run away, bro. I need to heal. Just run away, bro. You're not doing nothing. Thank you. So that was unfortunate. I'm 1 for 3 on my Sky Dragon fights. If I was 3 for 3 on the Sky Dragon fights, this run would be insane right now. Like, it's already insane getting just one of those fights. But imagine getting 3 of them. Oh my god, I wonder how fast that run would be. Well, if you get 3 of the Sky Dragon fights where you kill at least 5 Metalies per Sky Dragon fight, you could be looking at a sub 5. Or at least a sub 5, or no, not a sub 5, a sub 6, if not a sub 530. Maybe a sub 5? Maybe. You'd have to be really efficient with the rest of the game. Oh my god, it's a god fight with a ambush, or not an ambush, a stun. Can I get this? I've gotten 4 of these fights, and I am 1 for 4 right now. Technically 1 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I am 1 for 9 on the Sky Dragon Confusion. Dude, this was like the perfect fight. I just unfortunately didn't get the Confuse immediately. I did just get it. I'm 2 for 10, but there's literally 1 left. It's so unfortunate. It was fortunately unfortunate. Like, I got the fight, I got the surprise attack, I did not get the confusion. I have also never gotten this many Sky Dragon Metal Leaf fights in a run, which is really interesting. They're pretty rare. Or at least very uncommon. But encounter rates are always random. I don't actually know the actual ratio. A 5th one! How? Okay, 2 for 11. I'm the luckiest unlucky person in the world. With just this run. 2 for 11, 2 for 12. Two for 13. That is unfortunate. If they don't run, I'll use another one. Got at least 3 of them to stay. Okay, if 4 of them stayed, I'll try another one. Two for 14. That is ridiculous. 2 for 14. It's amazing that I'm getting these fights, but not getting that bug powder confusion really sucks. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Not much you can do about it. This Medalee is being trolly. Also still have to use regular heal. There's a spell called Heal More, which you unlock in the level 20s area. I still don't have it yet. I'll have it soon. You You know, should I be... Am I the luckiest unlucky person, or am I the unluckiest lucky person? That is the question. This run is worst. It's blessed and cursed. I've gotten 5 of those fights, and 3 out of the 5 were dead duds. Usually I only get like 1 or 2 of those fights the entire hour and a half. So just seeing 5 of those in a run is awesome. Even if this doesn't PB, this is a pretty cool run. Okay, we got a stun Sky Dragon, a couple Garudas, we're killing the Garudas, and then the Sky Dragon. Thankfully, Sky Dragons give 800 XP each, so they're fairly good. Not anything to write home about, but they're fairly good. Later on, there's a pink dragon, pinkish purple, or purplish pink. Called a salamander. They give 8,000 experience. They're even better than Metalies. They don't spawn until really late in the game, though. And there's actually a late game farm where we'll actually be farming salamanders in that place that I mentioned earlier called North Cave. Yeah, they're really good for XP. This is a pretty good fight. This is the Garuda with 6 Metalies. Garudas, I think, have a... I'm not sure if they're a 50-50 or if they're 100%. They might be 100% confusion, but then they have a chance to use Fireball, which is completely and utterly useless. Okay, so we got a guaranteed 2 kill here, maybe a 3 kill? Hit B? That hit B. I needed to hit B. B, keep staying in the fight. D, stop being annoying. Garuda, I need you not to cast Firebane and to hit B, please. Okay. Okay, B is still in the fight. You're still being useless. I hate you, birds. Don't like most birds. Okay, now my question is, how have I managed to do 3 damage to B, but this Garuda's still trying to cast Firebane? If this thing flees, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. It fled! Of course it flees! It was 1 hit from death! This Garuda would not do its regular attack for the longest time. At least got 2 kills, but that's awkward. Oh, we also got the spell Zap, which is a crappy spell. We'll try this. We're gonna try and confuse 2 of these. Never mind, we're not trying this anymore. That was a failed... these things are 50-50, and that was a failure. We'll just try attacking regular, see if we can get 1 kill here. Probably not. There's also a chance that I crit, but it's very low with a whip. At least I think it's very low. And it ran. That's okay. We got 6 of these Sky Dragon fights. Please! Please use Spew Fire and... Damn it, stop running! Stop running! Why are you running? Damn, we lost 4 of them. We got 3 though. We got the good fight. We got the confused. We were like 3 for 15 on the confusions. There's 13,000. Yo, Pob, what's up, buddy? Yo, I am on amazing pace right now with this. I've gotten 6 of the Sky Dragon Metally fights. 3 of them were duds, where I wasted like 3 bug powders to 4 bug powders each. But 3 of them weren't duds, and I got a few kills from them. The first fight I ran into in this tower was a Sky Dragon Medley fight on top here. I got 6 Medley kills. I got a first turn confusion on the Sky Dragon, which is like a 1 in 3 chance. I just got a 7th one of these. Why are these showing up so often in this seed? This run. I don't know what's going on. My seed is blurst as all hell right now. I keep getting these fights, which is amazing. But it's basically a 1 in 3 chance to confuse this dragon. Maybe it's a 1 in 4. I'm not exactly sure. But like, I never get this lucky. Like, I usually get like 3 of these fights in an hour and a half. It's confused. I didn't use Spew Fire. We're down to 4 Medleys. I'm gonna just heal, because I can't really do anything else in this fight. Okay, we're down to 2 Medleys. Down to 1 Medley. Okay, then. So that was blessed and cursed. I got the confusion turn too, but they all ran away. So, yeah, this run is weird. I've gotten 8 Sky Dragon Medley fights, and I usually only get like 3. I'm going through bug powders at an alarming rate because of it, but I'm also getting a ton of experience when it does work. I did have to do 2 bug powder buys, though. I forgot to pick up the treasury of Aleahan, but I went back and picked it up, and now I'm fine. Oh, yeah, I'm having fun. You still there, Pob? If this PBs, I'm putting it up on YouTube. I also submitted this run to Really Really Longathon. They have a Really Really Longathon 7 in December. So, if this run gets accepted to be part of it, then I'll get to showcase the run, which would be awesome. Since nobody else has done Game Boy Color Solo Hero before. And I'm really, really hoping I can make this a PB, because I've been explaining everything in this run as I go. And I'd really like it to have a run where somebody can just look at the video, and they see somebody explaining every nuance of the game, every little specific action that you need to do. And basically, even if this doesn't PB, I'm probably gonna put this on my YouTube just as like, oh hey, here's an explanation video of the Dragon Warrior 3 Game Boy Color version of the run, if anybody would like to try this run. And, like, maybe somebody else will try running it. Maybe I can make it a speedrun category. Or maybe it just never gains traction and nobody ever wants to run it. I mean, there is supposed to be an HD 2D remake eventually, so if that comes out, then how many people are still going to run the older versions? Maybe you'll just run the HD version just because it looks a lot better and probably keeps similar mechanics. How did we get another one of these? This is ridiculous. Please stop running away. I want the experience points. They just keep running. Stop running. Why are you running? I got the confusion turn too. Only 1 was left. Well, still, that's 2 bug powders for 1 kill. That's to be expected. Oh, level 28's good. Still don't have heal more. Trying to get the heal all to continue with the run. Still, we're pretty close, and we still have an hour left from our PB time. This is an interesting fight. Okay, that makes sense, Pog. Yeah, Japanese runners probably running the SNES version. I also call it I keep calling it the Famicom version. Is it Super Famicom and SNES? Like, are they both the same version, or are there differences between the two? Okay, so this is 2 bug powders. This will be 1 guaranteed kill here. Well, an enemy is confused and in battle with at least another 1 enemy in it, they will not run away from the battle. However, if they do get down to just 1 of them, they can run away then. So, like, right now, this one will probably run away. So, there it goes. It ran away. Should I refer to the commonly run version as Famicom, or should I refer to it as SNES? Oh! They're the same system. But I thought SNES was Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Is it also a Super Famicom system? Where'd the term Famicom from? Are they regional differences? Is it literally just because of a regional difference that they were given different names? I think it is. I mean, I can look it up while I'm still playing here. I'm looking it up. Okay, so the Famicom looks completely different of the NES, but they're still the same system. Okay, so the sounds also have differences. And I guess the game cartridges have differences. They have different AV outputs. They have different sources. So, like, they're different systems, but they're also basically the same system when it comes to games. And I would assume it's a regional difference. Okay, I got 2 Metal 8 kills that fight. That was pretty good. So I could honestly just say Super Famicom version of this game, or the SNES version of this game, and I'd still be... How did I get another one of these? Where are you coming from? How are you coming out of the woodwork for this one run? Like, this is probably going to be a PB. And, this is probably going to be a PB. And I'm never going to get this luck ever again. I don't have enough bug powders. You know, I could just refer to it as the Super version of this game. Me referring to both Super Famicom and Super Nintendo Entertainment System. There's the GBC version, and then there's the more commonly ran Super Japanese version. I am out of MP. I am out of MP. Running low on bug powders, and I'm out of magic power. So, I have trouble learning other languages for multiple reasons. I've actually tried learning a bit of Japanese. I've tried learning Spanish. I've tried learning French. And I struggle with it. How did I get another Sky Dragon fight? How am I getting so many Sky Dragon fights? I do not understand what is going on in this run. Unfortunately, did not get the confusion there. I'm going to try one more Bug Powder, but 4 of the Metalies already fled. We didn't get it. Unless these 3 stay, I'm not wasting another Bug Powder. 2 of them... Okay, 3 of them stayed. We'll try one more Bug Powder. Unaffected. Okay, 2 of them stayed. One more Bug Powder. Okay, we got the confusion. We only got 1 of them to stay. Okay, that's okay. We'll just buy more Bug Powders, or we'll be fine. Hey, level 29. He learned Heal More, and got a Sky Dragon medal for some reason. We are gonna have to use some of the herbs we bought earlier. The funny thing is, the reason I decided to do a run today, just for a fun PB attempt, an explanation attempt, is because Really Longathon is featuring a rerun of this on their channel today. They're probably done with it by now, or it might still be going on. Might actually be getting close to the end of the run. I'm gonna actually check in on that to see if it's still going. Oh, they're actually on the final boss fight on that run right now. That went over estimate when they ran it. So that's interesting. Oh, that's cool. Japanese runners really like this game with popularity. It's just, this never, I don't know why, this game never hit Western crowds as much. Like, it is an amazing RPG game. It set a good standard for RPG games, but it never gained traction. And I love this game. This game's amazing. Like, it's really balanced. It's got some neat tricks and tips to it. It's just downright fun. It's got a great storyline. It's got a bird that you can fly around on the map on with a beautiful song. It's got a really cool main villain who's really powerful. I mean, it doesn't delve super much into his lore, but it's honestly a really good game. I just wish it had gained proper traction in America and Europe and all these other places, and it never did. Never did. I don't know, maybe these people just aren't RPG fans. They like crap like Fortnite. How did I get another one? How? I've gotten like 10 of these now. I usually get 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. But, like 10? And they all left anyways. All the Metalies left. All but 1 Metalie left. That is depressing. Imagine getting the first turn confusion, but almost all the Metalies leave. That was unluckily lucky. That is possible with the late NES releases. So you're gonna have the people who are like, I'm 29 now. And most of the people who played the NES and SNES were people anywhere from 3 to 15 years older than me. And that's because they were really late releases. Now, when I was a kid, I played the crap out of the NES, I played the crap out of the Sega Genesis, the SNES, Dreamcast, N64 and stuff. And I have a lot of nostalgia for them. And I didn't really get into the Game Boy Color. I got Game Boy Advance, and I got Game Boy Color games with it, because they were still selling the Game Boy Color games. I don't know when my mom bought this game for me, or where I even got it from. I just remember I ended up getting this game on the Game Boy Color. And I fell in love with it. I've loved RPGs since. And I don't even think this is the first RPG I really tried playing, because I know one thing that sticks in my memory. My cousin, his name's Dwayne, we're not cousins by blood, we're cousins by law. My Uncle Terry married my Aunt Karen. She had 2 kids. Dwayne's a few years older than me. I'm not actually sure how much older than me. But, as a kid, I would go over to my Uncle Terry's house. He lives literally right next to my gram, where I currently live. And I'd go visit Dwayne, because he was awesome. He loved video games. I love video games. We'd chat about video games, and I'd watch him play video games. And he was playing one of the Final Fantasy games. I don't know if it was 1 or 2, but it was one of those ones. It was one of the early ones, I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure I remember it mentioned Warrior of Light. I can't quite remember. But I just noticed I really liked the style of the game. And I watched it for a while, and I just really fell in love with it. And I just really enjoyed RPGs since. I got this game as a kid. I also got a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, like Dark Duel Stories and stuff. I think I accidentally sold them at a yard sale when I was a kid. Gold medal! Gold Sky Dragon medal! It's not usable at all in the run, but I got my first gold medal on this game. So the medals, those medals are completely useless in the game, except for what's called the Super Dungeon. And the Super Dungeon is unlocked by getting a wish from the penultimate super boss, called Divinagon. And the Super Dungeon is exclusive to this version of the game. If you defeat Divinagon and wish for stuff in other versions of the game, you cannot unlock the Super Dungeon. It just doesn't exist. It is exclusive to this version at the moment. I'm hoping the HD 2D remake brings it back, but who knows when that's going to come out. Square Enix tends to forget projects until it actually comes out. There's also other RPGs that I like to play, like Game Boy Advance. Legacy of Goku was really fun. I had a lot of fun with that game. I had a lot of fun. Legacy of Goku 2 especially. I tried to 100% that game so many times. I was close to 100%ing it, and my little brother got pissed at me and deleted my save file. You can tell how mad I was. Or you could probably tell how mad I was just by hearing that. Your insert little sibling deleted save file out of spite moment. Anybody with little siblings would probably understand that, because if they were a gamer, they probably had it happen to them. But, yeah, there was the Final Fantasy games, there was this game, Dragon Quest VIII. I also did Dragon Quest 4 and 5, I think they were on the DS systems. I never played 1 and 2. I probably should go back and play, like, all the Dragon Quest games. Like, I could go through, on stream. I was gonna do a Final Fantasy-a-thon and go through all the Final Fantasy games. For some reason, got really bored of the idea. And I tried playing 1, and I ended up losing my save data because I was on original hardware with the Origins PS1 disc. I didn't play, like, the SNES or NES version. I played the PS1 version. Honestly, if I were to do a full playthrough of all the Final Fantasy games and all the Dragon Quest games, I'd probably take the latest versions or the best versions that have been said about them and play that. Hey, I got a token. I'm not going to play more Pachisi. Do not convince me to do another Pachisi run. I already went back to Pachisi Track 1 3 times. Well, not back to. I did Pachisi Track 1 3 times. I got the wooden boomerang. I couldn't get the steel sword or the money. And I ended up getting an HP stat drop, which sucked. Wow, game really just trolled me just now. All 3 Metalies fled as soon as that Garuda died. I might have to buy more bug powders. One, 2, and 3 for the Game Boy Color. Okay, that's interesting. 4, 5, 6, and 9 on the DS. 7 and 8 on the 3DS. That one I haven't heard before. I want to say 8. The better version of 8 has to be the PS2 version. Because the DS has the split screening issue. Because you have 2 screens on the DS. You don't have 1 screen. The PS2 version, you have a single screen. I want to say 8, the better version, is for PS2. Even if the graphics might be better on the 3DS version, I definitely want to say 8's better version is the PS2 version. You say 11 Switch is better, but you also know 11 came out on Steam, and it's the same exact version as the Switch version. I could literally play 11 on Steam. I already have it bought, I just haven't played it yet. And it's the same exact version as the Switch. The graphics aren't going to change just because what system it's on. I got another Sky Dragon fight. This is amazing. And probably going to waste the last of my bug powders if I'm unlucky. Okay, I'm unlucky. Oh, 8 has speed up. You can... Oh, hey, they added more fan service to the fan service Dragon Quest game. Oh, and you have an extra bonus dungeon. And instant alchemy pot. Okay, that sounds better. Okay, where PS2 has orchestrated music and better graphics. Okay, you make a fair argument. The 3DS version might be better. I need more bug powders. And not die right now. I'm gonna... Has there always been a staircase here? I guess so. It's a staircase that leads to nowhere. Speed up in battle. Okay. Boop. Boop. We're not grabbing that Zen book. Boop. Boop. Do I have a warp wing or do I have to walk? Yeah, time to walk a little bit. Yay, Catchulas. Maybe they'll drop the plush armor. Okay, sounds good, Pob. See you around, man. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, hopefully I get a PB and I'll post it to YouTube. Even if I don't get a PB, I'll probably put it as a demonstration video of the run. I'll also have the Twitch VOD. You could always watch the Twitch VOD. I'll probably want to save it as a highlight, though, if people want to watch it. Probably save it as a highlight as Dragon Warrior 3 demonstration video of solo hero run. That, or it'll just be highlight, hey, new PB, sub whatever time. Whether it's like sub 640 or sub 630. I need more bug powders though, which is eating up time. I was on a really good pace in the tower, but running out of the bug powders here was unfortunate. If I had gotten a second one of those Sky Dragon fights to actually kick... Well, not second, fourth Sky Dragon fight to actually take and give me a bunch of kills, or just second 6 kill fight would be amazing and would have gotten me where I needed to. Okay, I can kill Snailies now, that's surprising. They don't have a lot of health, but they do have high defense. You can see I did 80-some to the healer, I did 30-some to the snail. Snailies are evil. Don't trust them. That spell is annoying. So this spell defense will lower your defense. The boss troll uses it, and the goons for Kandar can use it. It's a very devastating spell if you get hit by it in the wrong fight. Thankfully, the boss troll can be stop spelled, which is a spell that does what it says. It stops the opponent from casting magic. Use it on the boss troll, he can't cast defense anymore. Use it on Baramos, he can't cast explosion anymore. Explode at, I believe it's called. Okay, this should be enough bug powders to get us through the rest of the tower. We need 60 gold. Sell this. Don't think I have to worry about poison anymore. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, going back to Dharma. Not stopping at the inn, we're just going back to the tower. Once we're finished with the tower level ups, we'll be going on with the main storyline, which will be nice. Demonites. Damn demonites. I accidentally fell. Gotta focus. I need to stretch. Not getting enough oxygen. Need to wake my body back up. It is 11:30 at night. I could have streamed earlier, but I was doing stuff and eating food and watching streams. So we got pretty lucky so far with this farm, but if we were even luckier, we could have been done by now and been already a half hour ahead. It's been amazing that we've hit so many Sky Dragon fights with a bunch of with the 7 Metalies. It is unfortunate that most of those turned out to be duds. If 4 or 5 of those had been like 4 Metalie kills or more, we would have been done farming already. So like, this game, this run, can be very luck-based. Namely when it comes to farming here. Another thing is what your stats roll. Entirely luck-based. You have different boss fights and how much damage they do. It's a damage roll. It's not set amount of values. There's a specific range that they fall into depending on your defense. So, I just got another Sky Dragon fight. What is going on? Why do these keep showing up? I really want them to show up, but they also can kind of troll me, like most of them have been. Like this one is. I'm not getting the confusion, and I'd like the confusion. Well, 4 of them are still left. Okay, 3, 2, 1. What the heck? I finally get the confusion, and there's literally 1 left. Okay, that's fine. I got 1 kill. Lost my 3 powders, but I got 1 kill. Below average. So, 1 powder per 1 kill is good. 1 powder, or 2 powders for 1 kill is average. 3 powders for 1 kill is bad. 1 powder for 2 kills or more is anywhere from great to amazing to perfect. Like, if you can do 1 powder, 4 kills, that's amazing. If you can do 1 powder for 5 kills or more, that is perfect. Like, literally perfect if you can get that many. So this one is 1 powder, 1 kill so far. Which is good. Probably 1 powder, 2 kills? Maybe? Depending. So this one was great. 1 powder, 2 kills. That is a great fight. Almost there. We are 31. I think it's 32 or 33 for heal all. Wow. Wow. That is absolute perfection. That is the best sweep you can get in any Sky Dragon fight, and I just had it happen to me. That is the full 7 medley kill fight. That never happens, and it just happened. This is the first time ever I have gotten that. You can't get a better fight than that. It's impossible. There's no better fights than that. The only other thing that I could get in this run to make this even rarer is to get the 1 crit metabol kill, or the 1 metabol crit kill, which I did in my PB. It's much easier to do, but it's still fairly uncommon. Metabols give 33,000 XP each. That gives even more than the 7 medley kill. They're easier to find, and they're basically a late game potential strategy, but they're not efficient farming, because you have to rely on a crit. Instead, you're better off late game farming salamanders for 8,000 XP each. Basically, 4 salamanders is the same thing as a metabol. I just got paralyzed killed. We're almost done with our farm, and we just get trolled by a sting moth. Okay, well, back in we go. Actually, metabols give 40,200 XP. You kill the Garudas, try to confuse the Sting Moth if the medley's done with me. Damn it, Flood. Please don't paralyze me, you annoying little... And it paralyzed me. Why? This is actually kind of annoying. I'm losing a lot of time by taking paralysis deaths that are basically unpreventable unless I Don't go for the confusion on the Sting Moth. Fortunately, all the time we could have saved, we just lost like 5 to 10 minutes of it from having to do one walk back. 2, wasting time in the fights. And 3, because we kept running out of bug powders. It's okay. We're okay. Might actually even stay extra just to use all the bug powders. Pretty sure you can't use them on metabols later on in the game. There's a Sky Dragon with 5 healers. That's weird as shit. You have to kill those healers first. They're really slow. That was a much better idea. Plus, they keep healing the damn dragon. Getting hot in here again. It didn't turn on. Why is it not turning on? Here, I got to go on. Probably heard a bunch of beeping because I was messing with the air conditioner settings. A stunned Sky Dragon. The Sky Dragon looks stunned. Sky Dragon looks dead. The Sting Moth 7 medley fight? That's what I'm wondering. I don't think my strength is as high as where I'd like it to be. Oh, it's not the 7 medley, but it's the 5 medley. That's entirely acceptable. But I just confused the Gerudo with it. Nice. Got 3 kills there, that might be enough. I don't know if it's enough, but it might be enough. Nope, wasn't enough. Oddly enough, despite all our good luck with the Sky Dragons, this is probably going to be a slower split than IPB, or very close to slower. It's getting very close. You can see it's already counting down on my splits there. I had a 6 medley kill, I had a 7 medley kill. I just been having bad luck with some of the other fights. And the double paralysis death didn't help anything. Hey, there's the level. I think this gives me... Yep, that gave me heal all. But technically, I'm done grinding here, but... with the extra bug powders, I'm going to try and use them to get another level. Because with a slightly higher level before I go into the boss fight rush and the rest of the story, I can sacrifice a little bit of time here to make up time later on by having higher stats. That is, if I can find another medley fight to just start burning bug powders on. Another option is I could resell them to buy gear. Okay, this is a good fight. This is a fight I can just burn bug powders on and be fine. Unfortunate. Oh well. Got one kill. So this will either end when we hit the next level, and then choose to leave, or if we take a death. I'm gonna opt not to heal, and just keep going back and forth here. Sting moths are annoying, but I think it's faster to kill them than to try and run here. Yeah, I'm actually going to heal now. Reason being is there's like no reason not to take these Sky Dragon fights. And I didn't use any of the other bug powders yet. I'd like to use some of them before leaving, but I'm not getting a metal-y fight. We've been in here for almost an hour and 40 minutes. This farm usually takes anywhere from an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes, so this is average. Or below average, I guess, but it's still been going pretty good. Need these things to kill E. Oh, there we go. E's dead. Nice. That was a good fight. Probably getting close to level 34. Oh, this is a good fight to just throw powders for a chance at medalies. Oh, lost 2 coin flips there. That is loud. I just turned on our fan. Oh. I don't have any blood powders left in the inventory. They all ran. Okay, we got 7 left of these, so that's 1 full inventory. We'll use them up and then leave. Hey, Graham! What? Your fan's a little loud. There's something wrong with it? Better? A little. If you need cold air, I can just turn the air conditioner on. Try and confuse the metally here. Yep. We'll confuse the Garuda so it kills the metally. Or kills me for some reason. Is it still attacking? Should attack the metally. It's a distance thing. Okay, I killed the metally anyways. So right now we're losing time on our split, but we're gaining needed experience regardless. So we hit level 34 now. We'll just use the last of the bug powders and then leave. So despite the time loss, the experience is going to go a long way. It's a great fight. Almost had a 2 for 3 there. Almost. Might be a 1 or 2 for 1 actually, because Stingmoth isn't attacking the Medley now. Could be a 2 for 0 if we died of paralysis. Could be a 2 for 1 if we have the Stingmoth die to the Medley. Nope, it's a 2 for 2. Almost done with our bug batters. Surprisingly, we're not one-shotting Sky Dragons yet. Our strength isn't very good at the moment. We are consistently killing the Stingmoths. Die here. Oh well, we're done. Farming done. Time to continue with the main storyline. We're going to go to Kazov, and this will let us go to Kandar 1 at the tower over here. Because we're at level 34, we can pretty much run from everything in this area. Because we have a significant level gap. I do need to put the boomerang in my inventory. It will make this fight slightly faster. So in the first Kandar group, Kandar and his 3 goons are separate entities. So it's 1, 1, 1, and 1. In the second fight, Kandar is an entity and his 3 goons are a group. So it's 1 and 3, meaning you can use the whip in the second fight, and it's faster than using the boomerang. But in the first fight, the boomerang is much faster. just because of the entity differences. I'm going the wrong way. I'm happy. Normally I have to pull up a map for this place, but I mostly remembered the direction I'm supposed to go. Look who just came in. We better go tell the boss. You never take me alive, coppers. Just drop the trapdoor on us. Oh no, he took the treasures. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Dogged me long enough. Beg for mercy from Puss in Boots. Wait, you're not a cat. Not doing as much damage as I'd like. Probably because he was in defense. So as you can see, the boomerang's letting me hit all the targets. So I can get quite a bit of damage off on Kandar and the goons instead of having to single target all the goons with the whip. Once Kandar's by himself, I can just switch back to the whip and just do consistent damage now. And that's Kandar 1, with a medal. And he drops the crown, but we don't need to pick it up, so we're just gonna ditch it there. We just needed that so we can trigger Kandar 2 to come into existence. Because if you try to rescue Gupta and Tanya before beating Kandar 1, the boss is out. They won't let you in. They won't let you rescue them. They won't let you go anywhere. You just walk there. So you have to go beat them once. Then you come here. And then you can actually beat up the goons and get to Gupta and Tanya. This is where I ended up picking up some stat items earlier. And now you'll actually see what you do here. And you fight the goons here by themselves. They're all in a big group though, so they're pretty easy to beat. Actually, we're going to be picking up 2 more stat items here. First, we have to let Gupta and Tanya out of their cells, because they're hiding the stat items in their beds, or rugs, or whatever. So now there'll be a little cutscene, they're dancing, they're so happy to see each other, and they're going to go leave, and they're thanking us, and all that. So we're gonna go ahead and grab a luck seed. I think this one's our first mystic nut. Mystic nuts raise MP, whereas the life acorns raise HP. Just gonna use these quick. I didn't get very good rolls though, but that's fine. And oh no, guess who's back? It's Kandar. Huh? I don't remember abducting you. Wait a second, dang, you again. And he just has 2 goons with him this time. I for some reason thought it was 3. And you just do attack with a whip on him. Now I should be able to switch the boomerang, hit him, and kill the 2 goons. Or not. That's annoying. They can cast heal more. That's not common. They can also cast the defense spell. Don't want you to cast that. Stop it. Okay, so they're dead. I can switch back to the whip. Bit unfortunate that they cast heal more. Makes it a little slower, but I should still be fine. Especially getting a gold split on Kandar 1 somehow. Do not know how I saved like 30 seconds on that. Maybe it was just... Maybe it's because I actually learned the map a little better, instead of having to use a guide to go through the thing. The more you memorize the pathways in this game, the faster your run can be just a sheer optimization. Which my run still lacks optimization. It's a lot of memorizing. And that's Kandar too. And you have to say yes and let him go. You can't just say no to like take him prisoner or at all. And that's done. We're gonna go ahead and cast this spell now that we have it. It's called Outside. It lets you escape from dungeons. We're gonna go ahead and return to Baharata. And now we can get the pepper, because they're stocking the pepper shop, because they're here now. And yeah, I'm looking for some pepper, and you'll just give it to you for free. So you literally get a free boat just by beating up some bad guys. It's awesome. And now we go pick up our boat. We'll go talk to the king. You don't even have to use the item here, you just have to talk to him. And we get the ship. And I'm actually going to skip this next split. I've been kind of running it out of my run. Normally, for a safety strat, you can pick up a item that lets you revive a dead character or party member. And I use it in case the dealer dies, that we have to do an escort quest for to have them set up a town. And we're gonna go straight back to Portoga, despite just leaving there. And the reason I get the leaf is in case the dealer dies, but with how things have been going every time I do this, I never need the leaf. Like, the dealer never dies. I'm usually able to successfully run from anything I run into. If I even run into anything. Like, see, I ran perfectly fine, and we just bring the dealer here. And dealers dropped off. And now we head south on our quest to find 7 orbs to wake up a sleeping birdie in an egg. By that I mean hatch a bird. Mythical, magical rainbow bird that is awesome. That we only get to use for a short period of time in the run. But has like the best soundtrack in the game. Or second best if you're a fanfare fan. I like the fanfare, but I like Lamia's. Lamia's the name of the bird. I like Lamia's music a lot better. Bird music, best music. I'll be putting on my headphones for the best music. I have headphones plugged in for volume, and I don't wear them too much because, oh. Hello, big boy bot. This is Dragon Quest 3, or Dragon Warrior 3 for the Game Boy Color. It is an old RPG that originally came out on the SNES and S Famicom, the Super Nintendo, Super Famicom systems. It got a couple different remakes, this remake being the one for the Game Boy Color. that has a really nice soundtrack, a really nice storyline, very nice mechanics. It set a good standard for RPG games. And, I enjoy it, and this, normally you'd have 4 companions for the run, but, this is the solo hero run, where I only use the starting hero. Now, I am heading to what is basically the game's version of Australia. They call it Lancel. And Lancel has an item we need to get. To get a required quest item, we need to buy an item called the Hide Herb. What it does is turn you invisible. And we pick this up to get into a castle called Edenbear, where there is an item called the Dry Vase, which is required to get the final key, which lets us unlock chain jail cell looking doors that you normally can't open without that key or without the mage unlock spell. Like, the mage unlock spell can't do everything that you need the key for. So here is the place called Edenbear. We will have to use the Hide Herb here, otherwise you cannot get past this guard. He will block your way and call you a bumpkin, because they're very stuck-up people. And we go down the staircase, and there is a little puzzle here that we need to solve. Trying to remember the puzzle steps. And once we solve this puzzle, a door will open in the back, and there will be a chest with the dry vase inside of it. This puzzle always has the same layout and the same solution. Just depends on how fast you can do it. As you can see, my PB was really fast with it. I have not managed to keep up with my PB since with dry vase grabbing. Now we have to go back to Aliahan again, and we're going to be using return a lot to travel all over. We just head south from here until we reach some rocks in the water, which are called shoals. And we'll be using the dry vase on those shoals to open up a hidden shrine that contains a single chest, which holds the final key. It takes a little bit to get here. I enjoy some sea music, and here we are. And we'll go to the front. You can use it on any part of it, but I choose the front because the entrance is only in the front. So, see there, and there's only one way in. So we go in here. And we now have the final key. Next, we'll be going to pick up some more items. We need to go to Lancel. And we'll get on our ship. We need to head north and west. We're heading to a town called Tadanki, which has been cursed by the Demon Lord. So every night, the people are alive, and every day, the people are dead. We need to get there, and we need it to be nighttime, which is pretty much the perfect distance from Lancel to Tadanki. Land here, and walk inwards. It's not nighttime yet, but I'll just walk back and forth here a little bit until it is. So as I said, it's almost perfect, and now all the people here are fine. We have to walk into this jail cell, and talk to this guy, and he will give us the green orb. So that is orb 2 of 7 that we need to collect, and here he actually explains what you do with the orbs. And now we will go ahead and use this inn. Best inn in the game, it's only 1 gold a night. And then suddenly, oh no, where'd the innkeeper go? Where'd the shopkeeper go? Oh, he's a skeleton. And we get the dark lamp here, which lets us change day to night at any time, which is amazing. We pick up this armor piece here, which we're going to sell for money. And then we're going to return to Lancel again. And we're going to be going to get our 3rd blue orb. What do you know? They're all basically colors of the rainbow. You got red, yellow, blue, orange, purple, which is around green. Except the only odd one out is silver. This is funny. It says courage to fight alone, but in solo hero, you're always fighting alone. Who cares? And this is called the navel. You don't go left or right there. That's an infinite hallway. You go straight down here, you reach a dead end. We're gonna stop here. This is a seed. So we pick this item up. Some of the other chests are canna boxes, and you don't want them. And then we're gonna be getting a new set of armor here very soon. So we go down this hallway, which will lead us to a staircase, and the staircase leads us to a giant room. There's 4 staircases in this room, but we just head right and up a little. And this staircase will lead us to a chest that'll give us a new set of armor. And then we have to go back to that staircase and then head north, and that'll lead us to another staircase, which leads us to a forked path. One path is dead end, and one path leads to the blue orb and a tiny metal. So now we picked up the Terra armor, which is pretty good, but it'll get replaced soon enough when we go for the silver orb, but that's still after a boss fight. It's actually after 3 boss fights. So that'll be the best armor we can get until we can get what's called the blade armor. And the blade armor is the best, but also the 2nd best and 3rd best armor in the game. It's the best because it reflects damage to the attacker, but it's the 3rd best because it doesn't have the highest armor value in the game. The best / 2nd best is the light armor, which is a storyline armor that we also pick up and use for a fight or 2. The blade armor is used otherwise. And here is the blue orb. And now we will cast outside. We will cast return. We're going to Isis. So now we're going to do some revisits and go loot some treasuries. We're going to also use our seeds we picked up. We're going to equip our Terra armor. And we're going to use the dark lamp to make it nighttime, because you can't access the treasury in the Isis Kingdom without it being nighttime. It's normally blocked by guards during the day. We also need to go see the Queen, and she will give us an item to help us. Now you can access this with just the magic key and making it nighttime, but it's just easier to use the dark lamp. But if you ever need money for bug powders, you could technically do this, because you get a ruby in here, and the rubies are worth a lot of money. I just usually wait until later. like here, because you need the money later as well. I don't need to get that chest. The tiny metals are useless. And those drawers down there I'm not gonna bother getting. There's one item, I think it's a moon herb, it's not worth it. So now we're gonna go to the Queen's Chambers. And she's gonna tell us to look behind her bed for an item. And this gives us an item called a wizard. And what a wizard does is it'll restore MP inside or outside of battle, but it has a chance of breaking after each use. And it's really useful, and we have to buy a bunch of those later. Now we're going to go to Romilly, and we're going to go down to the basement. Their treasury is here, and it's a whopping 2 chests. We get the dagger, which is worth quite a bit of money. And we get the expel shield, which is okay. It's got a high defense value, but it's not super good. We're going to then return to Romilly again, just to put us outside. And we're going to go to a kingdom called Samaneo, where there is a boss called the Boss Troll. We're not going to fight him just yet, but we're going to trigger a cutscene, and we're going to buy gear there to make our next boss fight easier, which is a boss called Orochi. I went too far. Instead of going across to Portoga, you have the final key, and you can go down here and teleport. And then you walk across here. There's another teleport. And now we're in the Samaneo Shrine, which you can only access with the final key or the unlock spell. And we're just going to walk to Samaneo. And now the monsters here are pretty strong. Sometimes I'll take the fights though, because decent XP because they're stronger. But if I don't like the fight, I'll just run away from it. But you can see 900 some XP from those two. These I don't usually do. Just depends if I can get double kill without having an issue. So yeah, those are fine when they're by themselves like that. Kill armors are kind of annoying. Can't remember if they're actually any trouble or not. Yeah, this should be fine. I'm at a high enough level where most things won't give me trouble. And now we're at Samaneo. And we have to walk to here, and it's a cutscene. Something about crossing the king. It turns out if you go to the castle, the king's being held in the basement prisoner, and he's been replaced by a monster. That monster is the boss troll, and you need a specific item to reveal the boss troll, and then you must defeat the boss troll. You get the real king back on the throne, and everything's okay in the kingdom again. We'll be doing that in a little bit. You can see here the boss troll is coming up. So we do a different boss, Orochi and Orochi 2. Then we do the Samaneo cave to get the item we need. And then we do the boss troll. Okay, so here's where we pick up some gear. We're gonna go ahead and sell our old armor. We're gonna sell this punk. We're gonna sell the ruby. We're gonna buy a new sword. We're gonna mostly be using single target weapons from here on out. We could buy the dragon shield, which I probably will buy. So we're gonna sell our magic shield. We could use the expel shield. But I'm going to use the Dragon Shield right now because the Dragon Shield has a special effect that reduces the damage of breath attacks. And the next boss uses breath attacks. So we're going to go ahead and return to Dharma now that we've got our gear. We're going to use this Int Seed. We're going to fix our inventory a little bit. And now we're going to use the inn. And we're going to go fight the boss Orochi. There we go. And took a bit longer than I thought. And to get to Orochi, we must go to a town called Zipangu, which is kind of the game's reference to Japan, even though it's like this tiny ass island. And Orochi, apparently there's people, they're feeding young girls to a monster called Orochi, and Orochi is found in this cave. You don't need to talk to anybody to trigger it. Orochi's just standing here the entire time. Our job is just to kill it. It turns out, even after you've defeated it the first time, you've only severely injured Orochi. It turns out Orochi is actually disguising itself as the leader of the Zipangu area, called Himiko. And Himiko was apparently was eaten by Orochi and then replaced by Orochi. Also picking up an item here called the No Mask. I mentioned this earlier in the run. This is the mask that curses you but maximizes your defense value. We're going to be equipping it in battle against the boss troll. You can't equip it outside of battle because it will prevent you from using magic and items outside of battle. But if you equip it in battle, you're perfectly fine. I'm going to go ahead and just kill this lava man. And random trophy. And here's... not Orochi yet. I ran into another camera. Here's Orochi. And this is just going to be me and Orochi going back and forth. I don't need to equip anything. So, the reason we wanted to get to the level we are, at 34, we needed 33, was the Heal All spell, which lets you heal all your HP despite how low your HP is. The boss fights are the reason we needed that spell. Without level 33, you will be unable to kill Boss Troll. Boss Troll will kill you. You won't be able to out-heal its damage without Heal All. Orochi, it just makes this fight a lot more free and easier to do. Something else is when you defeat Orochi the first time, it'll drop a sword called Orochi. The reason it drops a sword is because it's lore-based. Or the myth about Orochi was that it was an 8-headed serpent, and there was a sword created from its drunken body or something. Like, the hero Susanoo, after Orochi tormented this area or village and kept eating women, something like that, heroes tried to defeat Orochi and kept getting defeated. But Orochi was also well known for liking alcohol and being kind of a lightweight or something. Maybe. But Orochi's weakness is alcohol. And he gets Orochi drunk off its ass, and it falls into a drunken stupor, or drunken sleep. And he kills Orochi and basically makes a blade from its body, or something like that. Or I can't remember the thing properly, but that's roughly the story. In this game, you kill Orochi, you get a sword. Then you kill second version of Orochi, you get the purple orb. And at this level, Orochi's a really free fight. You just keep hitting it, and then you heal whenever you get too low. And like, there's Orochi 1. Orochi's 1 that's done. Something else, the Orochi sword is actually very useful. It has the ability to cast the defense spell, which normally, if cast on us, is a pain in the butt. Himiko sustained such injuries. Well, obviously that isn't the real Himiko. That's Orochi in disguise. We just murdered its ass and it teleported here. So it didn't actually die. No, we're not keeping your secret. Give me the damn purple orb. And now that we have this, normally the hero can't cast the defense spell, but now we can cast the defense spell. So we're just going to go ahead and trigger that on Orochi, and then just start attacking Orochi again. And we're doing more damage to it. It's also doing more damage to us. It gets a bit stronger in this when it's near death. And even after taking so much damage, the second form of Orochi has, I think, roughly the same, if not more HP than the first time. Meaning it becomes slightly more difficult. The exception to this is the Breathe Fire rather than Spew Fire. Breathe Fire won't do much damage. Spew Fire does a lot of damage. I'm also keeping track of my HP. Orochi can only do a set amount of damage every turn, which in this case is roughly, I think, max of 60, maybe a max of 50. Now, 27, if it does a double Spew Fire, double 27 is 54. So if I get, like, to 60 HP or lower, I'm just going to use a heal, and I should outspeed Orochi every turn at my current level. Okay, 29, so basically 58 minimum at maximum damage. If it does a 30 with Spew Fire, then 60 is the maximum damage it can do. I'm trying to get as much damage out before I have to absolutely heal. So like now I'm at 55, I'm within kill range, so I go ahead and heal. And this will be like every boss fight. If it's going to be a slugfest, we're attacking back and forth constantly, and if I get too low on HP while tracking how much damage they can do to me, I will use a heal all to keep myself alive. Now, what is unfortunate is some bosses can outspeed you, namely Baramos in the Light World, the first Demon Lord. He has a chance to outspeed, and you can end up taking a death on Baramos due to sheer bad luck. It really sucks if that happens. It loses quite a bit of time because you have to navigate his whole dungeon again. Gonna have to use another heal all here. But something else is, you really hope for crits on boss fights, because they just speed up the boss fight quite a bit. I think I got like 1 crit on Orochi 2 in my PB. I haven't gotten any luck with crits yet. Be nice if I could get one, but it's probably not going to happen, which is fine. And that's Orochi 2. I accidentally hit full screen for a second there. And that's Purple Orb. And now we have to return to Samaneo. And we're gonna go get an item called the Lar Mirror, which will reveal the true form of anybody who looks in it. So we're gonna stop at the inn here. We're gonna head southeast of Salmoneo to a cave. This fight, this is fine. And in the cave, there's actually going to be some chests I'm going to be picking up for stat boosting items for seeds and acorn. So I actually have a map pulled up on the wiki to actually tell me which chests are which. Because I can never remember for the life of me. Now, this cave is pretty easy to get through. There are some enemies that can be really annoying, but for the most part, this one's free. And that was a poison tile there. I'm gonna go left, and then we're gonna go up, and then we're gonna go left again. Can't remember what the shadows have. I know there's a version of the shadow enemies later on that can cast the beat spell or defeat spell, one of the two. Ooh, we hit level 35. That was really good. We also got a really good health roll there. And, this chest. No, not this chest. This chest. And then, not that one on the left, but the one straight above me here. This will have an acorn of life. Get down to the right, then down again, then to the right again, then down again, and then to the right again. Run from this fight. There'll be a hole in the floor here, taking us to the next level. And the Larmir. Now, we're not gonna leave just yet. We're going to take this pathway here. And we're going to walk down here. And there's going to be more chests that we're going to be picking up. Go to the left here. And we're going to go up. And it's not the first one. A second. That is the first one. Okay, and that's it. That's the cave. All the other chests we don't care about. There's mimics in some of them, and other issues. We're gonna return to Salmoneo. We're gonna go ahead and orb. We're gonna use the stat items we just picked up. Bad Vit roll, good life acorn, bad strength roll. That's everything. And now we're gonna use the N. And now in order to actually do the boss troll fight, it needs to be nighttime. Otherwise you can't, the fake king will not be sleeping. So we're going to go ahead and use the dark lamp, one of my favorite items. And that'll make it nighttime. And we're good here. So now we just head downwards to the castle. And something else, the no mask that we're going to be using for this fight, because it's a cursed item, we're going to need a priest to remove it. Thankfully, there is a church in this town that we will use immediately after the fight, after we walk out of the castle. Another thing is, there's a hidden item we're picking up here on this bush. There's a life acorn. We're going to use that when we get up to the king. Oops. just up there. You go up here, up down a ledge, now you're in the king's balcony, and now you're in the king's bedroom. We're gonna go ahead and use the life acorn. It's a good rule, and we're gonna use the alarm mirror. Sleeping monster is shown. There's a hint to what the monster is gonna be if you open the drawer there. It gives you a club. So now we're gonna go ahead and equip the no mask and get cursed. We're gonna equip the zombie sword. And we're gonna cast stop spell, which will prevent him from using the defense spell. So now he can't use spells, so he can only use regular attacks. And as you can see, because we use the no mask, he's not doing much damage to us. And we're going to use Orochi twice here to get 2 defense drops on him. And now it's just a slogfest. Something else, that attack can brutal hit, which can do roughly 160 to 190 damage, I think. But if he had his regular attacks without this helmet, he'd be doing anywhere from 40 to 70 damage to me every turn for each hit. So if you do like an 80 hit plus a brutal hit, that's almost death, and you do not want that to happen. But with this, he can only do 1 brutal hit a turn. It's that wind-up attack, so that's a normal attack. That's a normal attack. That's his wind-up attack. You'll see the little dust cloud on the ground when he does the wind-up attack. And the wind-up attack is the only one that can brutal hit. And I'm going to go ahead and safety heal, because I don't want to get brutal hit. But he can only do 1 wind-up attack per turn maximum. So if you keep your health in a safe range, this fight becomes free with the no helmet. It becomes quite risky without it. Now, another option for the no helmet or all-knowing helmet is you can use it for the Baramos fight later, the Demon Lord of the World, but I opt to just use it on this fight. It's easy to get rid of after you're done with the fight, and I think it makes this fight a lot easier. With Baramos, because this isn't the SNES Super Famicom version, you don't have to worry about a boss health regen, because Baramos in those versions regens a certain amount of health each turn. You need to have a very specific strength value. You can't just parry attacks, you need to be doing damage constantly. This version, you don't have to worry about that. You have the blade armor, and you can let Baramos basically just attack himself to death. He'll just keep taking damage on the armor. You'll see what I use is something I call parry strats, where you use the parry to reduce how much damage you're taking in order to minimize the amount of damage I take from him to optimize my heals, and that's Boss Troll. He went down faster than I thought. So he's defeated, and you get an item called the Change Staff, which is what he was using to look like a human. So morning dawns, and you get the Change Staff, and what we're supposed to do with this is we're supposed to trade it away for a bone. We're gonna go ahead and leave the castle now. And we gotta go decurse ourselves so we can use the return spell. We can't use items and we can't use spells outside of battle, so we gotta go to a priest to have the curse removed. And here's the church right next to the graveyard. We will uncurse. It'll cost us 1,050 gold. It's completely worth it to make this fight free. Like, there's no reason not to use the helmet here. We'll go ahead and equip our Ortega helmet back. And now we gotta go back to Portoga we need to go see our dealer friend that we escorted to the village to the empty plot of land. And you're gonna turn it into a thriving village. So the reason we wait to do this is because you can't progress the village until you hit certain markers in the game. The boss troll is the last marker in the game. And you basically have to do a lot of things. I think Orochi might be one of the markers, boss troll's another. Basically gonna be going in and out of this, getting on the ship, waiting day and night cycles, and then I'll be using the dark lamp to also progress it. Sometimes it's fickle and it doesn't want to progress right away. It hasn't progressed yet. I think I have to wait a full day cycle. I'm still having trouble figuring out what exactly makes it trigger the first transition. I'm not sure if it's a distance shipped. I don't know if it's an amount of days passed by. What exactly? It's just weird. So that was a full day cycle. It hasn't transformed yet. I'm gonna go ahead and use the dark lamp. And we're gonna pass another day by here real quick. Just run from whatever attacks us. Okay, it should have evolved by now. It still hasn't, that's weird. I don't know why, sometimes it just takes a while. I think it's being very fickle. It should be done by now. What is going on? Why is it not progressing properly? Is it you? Okay, there it progressed. Maybe its amount of ship tiles progressed. If that's so, then I just need to use the ship more to get it to progress. Okay, we're gonna make it nighttime. The theater's not done yet, so we're gonna use the inn. Stay here. I'm gonna use this again. Go out and back in. So theater should be done now. We go in here. Walk a little bit. Exit. They're gonna want us to pay like 50,000 gold, but we're friends of A. And that's a cutscene there. Not entirely sure if that cutscene's required, but I do it anyways. Then there's another little cutscene here where they're pissed off at A and they want to lock him up. And like, oh my god, somebody's seen us. We leave, go back in, stay at the inn, turn it daylight. The inn got more expensive because they're running out of money trying to produce this town because nobody's coming here in the middle of nowhere. And we're gonna go ahead and leave, come back in. Now there's a guard standing here. They've taken over the town. A is in jail. We don't care about A. We just care about the orb. And the other items here. So, oops, that's the wrong chest. So, tiny metal, not needed. This item, needed because it's a money item. This is the gold beak. It was worth like $9,000. And here's the yellow orb. And now, we're gonna use the return staff before we trade it for a bone. We need more wizards, which are the MP restoring item. So we're gonna go pick some of them up. There is one shop in the game that sells them, which is the elf shop, which is only accessible by the change staff. Once you get rid of the change staff, this shop is gone forever. And you cannot buy them as a human because the elves hate humans. Okay, that disguise doesn't work. That disguise is a human, it doesn't work. That disguise doesn't work, that's a human. So we either need the slime or we need this guy. He is a non-human, I think he's the no-red. He might be a dwarf. And, we don't need our steel whip anymore. We don't need cloth, but I'm not gonna sell it. It's not worth much. Don't need that hat. Don't need this dress. We don't need the tiara. We don't need... Oops, didn't mean to hit that one. Meant to hit the dagger. I don't care if I never get another one. It's not useful. We're gonna sell the gold beak. Oh, I thought it was 9,000. It's 57.75. And that's all we got. So now we're just gonna buy as many wizards as possible. I need 9 more. So I'm actually gonna sell cloth and an herb. And that'll give me 15,000. We're just gonna buy, we just buy as many as possible because these things break. So, just getting as many as possible is super important. Because if you run out and you're on the final boss and you don't have enough MP, you're dead. It's like, plain and simple. If you run out of MP and you do not have enough wizards, you will die, your run will be over, and it will be pointless. And that's Elf Village. We've bought all the wizards we could. Split button work. Now we gotta go pick up the bone. And what the bone is, it's an item that triggers the ghost ship. A ghost pirate ship that is wandering the 7 seas. By that, it's wandering literally like 1.5 seas. It's always in the same similar areas. There's a good spawn and a slightly worse spawn. But it doesn't spawn until you get the bone. Which is why you have to trade the change staff. You can't trigger it otherwise. It just isn't there until you get the bone. Then the bone will tell you how far away by tile you are from the ship. So now we're in this giant field. You have to go right a certain amount, and then you have to go north, and there's a house up here. And it's very hard to find sometimes. We're gonna talk to him. He wants to change staff for Pirate's Bone. It's not really worth the trade, but it's a required trade. I'd love to keep the change staff, it's such a fun item. And now we're going back to Romilly. And the good spawn, so we get on the ship. The good spawn is over here, slightly west of Romilly, and we got the good spawn. It can spawn to the east, in which case you kinda need to use the bone to get it. And there's a required item to get another required item right here. This is called the Love Memory. There is an area in the game that you cannot access because of a curse of two lovers that got separated and died apart. And the guy's soul's basically in a prison. And his body had the Sword of Gaia, which is important. It's a pretty good weapon, but we're gonna need it because we need to throw it into a volcano. For whatever reason, we get this awesome sword. And the first and only thing we need to use it for is throwing it in to an active volcano that had swallowed our father whole, supposedly. Ortega supposedly died in this volcano. He did not fall in the volcano. He actually fell into the Dark World, which we'll be visiting after we defeat Baranos and get access to the Dark World. So right now, it's sealed. So we trigger a little cutscene here with the 4 lone echoes. And there's music playing, and this is a pretty good soundtrack. And then we have to use the Love Memory, which will trigger an even longer cutscene. So I'm actually going to use a bathroom while this triggers, because this is like my only time for a bathroom break. Good. Activate. Okay, back. So, usually it's not really long enough to take a proper bathroom break, but I still take one. Just because, like, you're 4.5 hours into the run. You gotta. You shouldn't hold anything in. You gotta stay hydrated, you gotta use the bathroom if you need to use the bathroom. And Eric's soul here, and this sort of guy is just sitting next to his dead body. How you brought a sword into a prison, I don't know. And now we're gonna go to Ashalam. We're gonna use the inn here, because we want to be full HP and full MP for where we're going. It is a very dangerous cave. I don't have the money. This does not happen often. This is very awkward. I almost never have, like, exact money for wizards, and I always have a lot left over. This run? No. I actually had to sell an herb just to use the inn. Okay, and now we're gonna sail to the volcano. And this place is gonna be called the Cave of Necrogond. I call it Volcano Cave because it's only accessible after activating the volcano properly. And here's the volcano. We're gonna throw the sword into the volcano. Okay, and that's volcano cutscene. Honestly, I could take a bath on a volcano cutscene. Taking longer than I thought it would. It makes a hidden pathway. I could have possibly saved a couple seconds of time by parking my boat better. But this is fine. Just go up a little. And now this pathway exists. And we also have the issue of running into much stronger monsters now. But we're going to soon get the blade armor and the thunder sword inside the Cave of Necrogond, which is really nice. I am in pain, quite a bit of pain, as these monsters slap me in the face. So yeah, now we're basically going to be in a series of run, take damage, run, take damage, heal all. I'm gonna try and kill these. These are mean creatures because they have blaze more, but should be able to kill these two perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm fine. So this stuff will have decent experience. I used a regular heal and exited. I should have just used heal, but oh well. I don't want to fight these trolls. I'm gonna try and keep my health up as high as possible. For the most part, nothing should be able to kill me as long as I keep my health up. Until I get into the actual cave. There is an enemy that can cause paralysis with paralysis breath, which is an automatic death. And then there is a different enemy that can cast, I think it's either beat or defeat, which is an insta-death spell. Beat is single target, defeat is all targets, which is the full party if you have a party of 4. Well, party of 2 through 4. Now, I did have an idea for another type of run for this game, and it's called the Lover Run, where you just use 2 characters. You use the hero and a second character. You make the hero either male or female, and you make the second character the opposite gender, or the same gender. Basically, you just have 2 characters together, and they're lovers. That's the whole plot to it. These guys, very dangerous. These guys can use paralysis gas. They can one-shot kill you. Fortunately, I didn't. Okay, second turn, hopefully they don't use it. Third turn, hoping they don't use it. They used it, but I got a dodge. So those guys are scary. They can one-shot kill you, and you're basically stuck traveling the whole way back here. So now we got the Thunder Sword. We're gonna go ahead and equip that. We're gonna go put the Zombie Sword and the Bone, this Tiny Metal, into our bag. And now we're gonna get the Blade Armor in the next chest. Not taking this fight. That bag there would be good for money if I killed it, but I don't want to fight these lion heads. So we're just gonna run from that. And this chest here has the Blade Armor, which we'll probably equip in battle instead of managing inventory. Okay, second part of the dungeon. We need to head straight down. Don't fall in these holes. Run away from this fight. Staircase here. I'm gonna safety heal. And we walk over this way. Now we fall down a pit. We go up and there's a staircase here. Go over to the right here. Down from here. Run away. Don't fall in these. We instead take the staircase. Now we're in a waterway of sorts. And these guys are dangerous. These are the ones that cast that beat/defeat spell. They cast defeat. I luckily didn't die there. But yeah, auto death this far into the cave is really bad. This is literally the last section of this cave. And it has one of the most dangerous enemies you can run into in this cave. Technically it has both of them. It has the paralysis gas enemy, and it has the defeat spell casting enemy. And we're going through this cave because at the end of this cave is the silver orb that you are given. As I said, paralysis gas enemy. And I have taken deaths this late before, and it is a massive time loss, and it sucks. So actually, for my run submission for a really, really long-a-thon, this cave is one of the reasons why you would go way overestimate. If you die here, you die here. Will not be able to stop it, it will be an instant death, and it will cost you time. Your best option is to try and run, but if you get unlucky, that's that. And you can also die out here. It's not as likely, but you can. Oddly enough, this Ice Dragons aren't very good XP. Sky Dragons, great XP. Salamanders, amazing. Ice Dragons, absolutely garbage. Literally not worth the time it takes to kill them. And that's Silver Orb. We can now go get our bird. That is our last orb. So we will now go to Eden Bear, back to the land of Anti-Bumpkin, and we will head north. And east a bit. Let's go from the elf village and up. You know what, I'm gonna kill this Kingswood. I forgot to equip my blade armor. Soon enough, we'll reach this place. And we're going to this shrine. We're not fighting these bears. And here's the shrine with the egg. And we are going to be putting... Doesn't matter what order you place these. It's all the same. You just need to place all of them. You're going to place all the orbs. It'll summon the bird from its egg. Yeah, red, yellow, blue, green, purple. Colors of the rainbow. And you got silver. It had to be colors of the rainbow, but then you add silver. Why couldn't it be orange? Why couldn't it be indigo? It's Roy G. Biv, not Roy G. Biss. And incoming song that I'm gonna put my headphones on. So I don't get to hear it very often. I have to wait this entire time just to get this cutscene for the song, then Riding the Bird for the Riding the Bird song. Plus, the bird squeal is great. I just find that adorable. One of the only birds I like. 8 grams cockatiels. Woodpeckers are okay. This bird's amazing. Dragon Quest VIII also has a legendary bird. Yep, I will go outside and see the bird. So now we have access to the bird. We're going to return to Noah Neal's. And we need to go pick up an important item which is required for the final boss fight, called the Light Orb. And for that, we need to go to the Castle of the Dragon Queen, which is locked behind the bird, behind this inaccessible area. Well, inaccessible except by flying. We go in here, go back here, we go in here. Something else in the back of this area, after you beat the final boss, and you save your game, you get the Loto text on your character, and that allows you to enter a beam of light at the back of this area, which sends you to the, not super dungeon, but the final major dungeon of the game, which is also accessible in the SNES and the S-Fam games, which will lead you to the super boss Divinagon, who grants wishes once you beat him. And then, other than that, in this version, there is a super dungeon that you can unlock from one of the wishes, which features all the enemies and bosses in the game or something like that. And you have to get all the gold medals to unlock. Each level of the dungeon requires bronze, silver, and gold medals. So anyways, other than that, back to the main run at hand, we are now going into the Demon Lord's Castle, or Baramos' castle. It's a horribly rotted away place that's full of traps and evil things. Full of monsters, and we have to travel through it and go defeat him. We have the best equipment we can get at the moment to fight him. And there are some treasures in here, but none of them are actually usable for the run, really. Now, I am kind of afraid of the Hell Knights in here. Those are the paralysis gas guys. Everything else I should be able to run from perfectly fine. I don't think anything can do enough damage to kill me. So the Hell Knights are probably the scariest thing I can run into. Especially when I get a 4-turn fight. Like this one. So many chances I could have died there. I've actually pretty much memorized the path of this castle. It's mostly linear, except it does look very confusing, so like first-time enterers don't understand how to go through this place. But when you're running this game, you just kind of learn the layout. And learn, oh hey, this is actually very straightforward. You don't really have to focus very much to get through it once you learn the path. Oops, wrong way. I need to go up. You hit down there, you're just going back in the staircase. Another trap room. Set out this door. We're actually almost to Baramos now. And this is Baramos's lair. And there he is, the final boss of the Light World. So we're gonna heal up, make sure our gear's proper. We're actually gonna keep the dragon shield on. Going to use wizards to get full MP. We're gonna then pass wizards to our inventory. Now the light orb can't be used on him, that's actually used for Zoma, who's the final boss of the game. I put the Orochi weapon at the front there. And here we go, Baramos fight. He's gonna feast on our intestines for some reason. We're gonna go ahead and start off with Stop Spell, which is like a 50-50 chance to work. Because we want him not to cast that spell that he just did, called Explode At. We can't, he will, we want him to do regular attacks, so he takes damage from the blade armor. So we don't want him casting Explode At. He can also blast flames, which is bad, but that's why we're not using the Expel shield. Because we want to reduce the flame damage. I'm getting pretty unlucky with these stop spells, but finally just got it. I'm gonna parry here. I think I could have risked death there. I'm not sure how much. Okay, this is bad. That is really unfortunate. That was just bad luck. He moved faster than me, and my stop spells was taking forever to work. I didn't mean to go to Ortoga game. Okay, I'm not gonna bother using the inn, I'll just use wizards if I need to. So, tiny bit of a time loss there. Shouldn't be super bad. Just have to go through the castle again. But yeah, things like that can happen. It sucks when they do, but they do. Tried to heal, got smacked in the face. I don't want to fight Magician's game. You're freaking itchy. But Tabbles, if I get a crit on one of these, I could get a ton of nope, it ran away. They're even more likely to run away than metal slimes. Kill the stone man, though. Also, this cave has spooky music. Save to heal there. Getting pretty lucky with some of the encounter rates here. Very lucky, actually. Okay, so try this again. Hey, Ramos will just demonstrate the greatness of my power. Game, why? This is the worst for Ramos luck I've ever had in my life. So yeah, this might kill the PB. They're quick deaths, but still, I still have to go back through the entire castle every time. I guess this is a downside to the solitary personality. You have lower agility than some of the other personalities. I'm honestly starting to think I like the sexy personality better just because of the speed value, agility. This is the Castle of Nightmares right now. This again. Okay, now we can't use spells. So next what we're gonna do is we need to do a double Orochi trigger. We got one. I'm gonna have to heal and hope it doesn't go first again. That was lucky. I got a dodge. Okay, we got the double drop. parry here. Heal. Attack. Parry. So normally in the SNES and Super Famicom versions, Baramus will heal every turn. And this version, he doesn't have that healing factor, he just has a ton of health. So we're just going to be slowly whittling him down. So this is what you mean by, or what I meant by parry strats earlier on. I'll just be using the added defense to withstand his attacks while he still takes damage from blade armor. He'll take roughly 50% of the damage he deals to me back at him. Trying to keep my health at a good amount, so he can't just one-tap me. While also trying to conserve my MP. Not sure what his max damage output is right now. It's pretty high. I want to say it's 152. Pretty good parry. Oh, I might die. Okay, got lucky. He only did a single attack. Sometimes he can do 2 attacks, sometimes he only does 1. Honestly, I find it really nice when he only does 1. Don't know what the chances are of him doing 2 versus doing 1. I should have parried. Oh, that's fine, he just did 1 attack. Could die here if I'm unlucky. I got lucky again. I really wish he'd stop outspeeding me. And that's Bromos. Split. We're still in PB pace. And because we beat him solo, we'll also get a reward from the king and get the item called the Bastard Sword. It's a weird name for a sword, but there is such a thing as a Bastard Sword. where it originated from. But it's a common weapon in some RPGs, I've noticed. Like, Final Fantasy uses it. This game uses it. I'm back in the kingdom, and everybody's celebrating. Oh my god, the Demon Lord's back. The hero's back from defeating him. This means peace at last. Oh, how you wish it did. And we have quite literally an incoming banger as the final boss and the real boss of the game is revealed. There's the Bastard Sword. Here's the fanfare. Some people argue that this is the best song in the game. It's showed at the end. But here's the real banger part. Dun 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 dun. As Zoma comes in and just makes short work of these guards and just zaps them out of existence. Dude, why'd you gotta go and do that to the fanfare, man? That's the real evil. Interrupting the song. And he's when we use the light orb. And so, we must go defend the world from, or defeat the real evil of the world. I'm tired, you may go. So, we're gonna go jump into a giant crack in the ground that opened up now. And we're gonna go, prepare to fight Zoma. Doing like an hour of work in the dark. So now, it's a little hidden cave here. Surrounded in poison tiles. There's a giant hole in the ground. And now we're in the dark world. Gonna be picking up some items. So, hidden strength seed here. Luck seed here. This guy's gonna give us his boat. We're just gonna leave. Immediately land. And deal with annoying enemies. Never taken a death here before. I've gotten a tentacle before. And oddly enough, you can't... Sometimes you can't run from those stupid red slimes. Split. There's a hidden nut here, which we go ahead and pick up. Move. Now we're gonna go get a special item from the castle called the Sunstone. There's also a map of this world you can pick up here. I'm not gonna pick it up. It's a little out of the way and annoying to get. Instead, we're heading to this hidden room here. Agility seed and some money. The Sunstone. I'm gonna cast Return. Antigo to get out of here. And we're gonna go to the North Cave. And there's an item at the bottom of the North Cave called the Hero Shield, and we're gonna go pick it up. We don't have the proper gear to grind the North Cave yet, so we're not going to be really fighting anything in here. We are, however, going to heal before we go in. Make sure we're on full health. And this is a short little 3-floor cave with pretty tough enemies, and any magic used here, you can see the spell will dissipate. So we cannot cast Heal All. This is where herbs can come in very handy if we in fact do take any hits. I will fight these wing demons. They're quite weak. They won't do too much damage to me. They're normally spellcasters, but since they can't use spells here, anytime they cast a spell, it'll be negated. So you can see there, they try to cast Blaze Most, and the spell dissipates. They try to cast Heal Us, and the spell dissipates. We'll go ahead and use a safety herb. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and use my stat item since I haven't yet. And I forgot to pass the Bastard Sword to replace our Thunder Sword. We're not going to use it for long, but we are going to have it on. We're about to get the best shield in the game, the Hero's Shield. As soon as we can run from the Troll Kings. Now, these are one of the enemies that actually do have regeneration left in the game. It's kind of annoying. We're gonna pick up the shield first. And then gonna fight a mimic. And normally mimics use a lot of spells, but since spells dissipate, it can't do anything. It's very useless. Not at all a scary enemy anymore. It's just a useless enemy. They picked the worst dungeon to hide as a chest in. There's some other treasures here we're gonna go ahead and grab. Mostly money. I forgot that one's a tiny metal. And now we're gonna leave, but we can't cast outside. Either have to die, or we have to walk back out. So we're gonna opt to do the easier thing, and that's walking back out. Well, technically dying here might be faster, but I'd rather not lose time and money. Mostly money. Plus, there's a chance a salamander shows up here, in which case I can kill that for a buttload of experience. I can also kill these wing demons fairly easily for a good amount of experience from them. Plus, I also get a little bit of money. We're not going to need a lot of money. We are going to need some money to purchase some items. So that's a salamander. It can do quite a bit of damage to you. It has the blast fire attack. The hydras aren't really much of a threat. They just do double attacks and spew fire. But as you can see, I just got 9,000 experience there and just leveled up. We're almost out of the cave. And And that is the North Cave. We're going to return back to Tentacle. Going to cast Heal All. I'm actually going to grab the boat. Normally I walk there on land, but I'm starting to wonder if the boat's faster, and I'm actually going to try the boat this time. Don't into these guys very often. Let me run? Not fighting these. Gaggles hit pretty hard. This is Dondora. We're going to get an ore called Oricon. I think it's supposed to be Orichalcum, a made-up metal of legends. That's in the horse pen here, kind of like a turd. It literally looks like a friggin' turd. And then we're going to cast Return. I didn't mean to go back to Dondora. I'm going to cast Return and go back to Tentacle. And we gotta go sailing again. So that castle you see down there is the Demon Lord Zoma's castle. We can't access it yet because there's no bridge to it. We have to go get items to make an item called the Rainbow Drop, which will open up the bridge there. And we're gonna be going all over to get the hero gear of legends or something or other. And we're going to be getting the Rainbow Drop. So we're getting almost best in slot gear. There is a Pachisi game that can give the light dress, which is better for a female hero. But it takes way too long trying to get it, that it's not worth it to the run. And it's not too much better than the light armor. Now the light armor, much higher defense than the blade armor, and it'll regen your HP as you're walking, but it won't reflect damage like the blade armor does. So they each have their own benefits. The blade armor is actually mandatory for the second to last boss fight, because of the damage reflection, because without it, that boss is really difficult. You likely won't be able to get proper attacks off if you're not using the blade armor, and you're better off just using parry strats to let it just slowly whittle itself to death. Now we're also going to be passing by a tower here, which is another dungeon that we actually need to go into after we're done at this place called Cole. It's that tower. We don't have the item we need to use in that tower yet. The item is located at the town of Cole. Now, thankfully, into the final boss's dungeon, there are no more bosses until the final boss rush. There is 3 mini-boss fights with Grand Titans, but they're technically an ordinary enemy that you can find by having an enemy called a Goopy summon them to a fight. But they're kind of tanky and annoying. Okay, this is cool. And we're going to take the Oricon to a swordsmith from Zipangu. So this guy is basically a swordsmith from Japan. And we're gonna sell him the Oricon. He'll give us money for it. And then we leave here. We exit the town and we re-enter the town, and then the sword's completely done. Somehow. And it costs money, so we need to actually sell some other stuff to buy it. So we're gonna go ahead and sell our bastard sword, which is worth quite a bit of money. We'll instead buy the king's sword. If you use it as an item, it casts the spell Infirmost, which isn't very useful. And now we need to get another item from here, which is below this bathhouse up here. It's called the Pixie Flute. I have it labeled as the Fairy Flute. And we're basically going to return to the outside of the town and head to the tower. Which is right up here. Should be a staircase here. Up, right, go down. Treasure chest I want to grab here. I'm not going to fight the winged demons because now they can cast spells. I'm going to get these 4 chests here. Now we have the Flamerang. Best boomerang. Yep, I've messed up the split. I'm trying to remember the path here. There we go. And now this game introduced these weird tiles where up is down, left is right, and so on. Or left and right become up and down become left and right. And this will give us the light armor. And then we're gonna intentionally fall here, which is into this weird room. And that's not the first time we have to intentionally fall in this tower. We're gonna go up here. We're gonna not get into a battle and die to it or something. Intentionally fall here. Just to a hidden path into tower. Left side, not right. Don't mind me, just getting lost. Going to actually swap some items here. I didn't hit that. Save to heal. Okay, now we're in the final room of the tower. We'll be using the flute we picked up back in coal very soon. And it is to wake up the elemental Rubus, which will give us one of the required items to make the rainbow drop. Other than picking up the light armor in here, this is the main reason for coming into this tower. Use this quick. And Pixie Flute time. Which when I play a nice little song. And this will give us the item called the Crest, which is required for making the rainbow drop. The crest is also a unique accessory usable by the hero that functions as an item like the Life Stone, preventing you from being affected by the spell's beat and defeat. So now go ahead and cast outside. And we're going to go ahead and start sailing again. We need to go around this area and then to the south. This is an awkward fight. I'm actually going to go ahead and put the crest in my inventory because I can equip it in battle and basically use it as an anti-beat / defeat mechanism whenever I need it. Which I will actually might use it for inside the final dungeon. Or I should probably use it against the Hollow Ghost. I'm an idiot. No, I don't want to record. Just lost $7,000. Should still be fine. We only need one more item to buy, and it's... That unfortunately did lose us some time, but we're 17 minutes ahead of PB, probably closer to 16 now. Having some really weird luck with enemies this run. Really frigging weird. Yeah, don't want the blade armor, I want the crest. Just gonna leave it equipped for now. Don't really need the Starry back on until the final boss rush. Or the Grand Titan fights. So we're sailing to the south right now. We're heading to a shrine to make the rainbow drop. But first we're going to stop at a town called Remoldar. And Remoldar has the helmet we want to pick up. And it also has the closest spawn to the Demon Lord Zoma's castle. So we just stop here quick while we're on our way to give us the return point to just return here at any time. This is an unfortunate slow fight. There's also a chance to run into Metables here, and with the King's Sword, good luck stay, you have a chance of getting a crit kill on them. As I said, my current PB does actually have a crit kill on them, on one of them. I think it gives me an extra level because of it. So yeah, that death we took in these encounters has lost us about a minute and a half. If not a little more, because this thing's just not letting me run from fights anymore. Ow. So we'll come back there to pick up the helmet in a little bit. Don't need it at the moment. There's a split I have called Final Gear Supply where I actually go in and get the helmet. Here's one of those rare Metable fights, but it ended up running away. I'm having so much trouble with these bears. Ooh, Metable. Nope, it ran away again. I guess I'll kill a bear. Darth Bear. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum. It's like Darth Sidious, but only hairy. It's Darth Hairy Bear. Darth Hairyus. I'll murder these ice clouds, why not? Probably faster than trying to run from them. Do I have the flame ring? I could put the flame ring in my inventory. I use that for stuff too. And I can see I'm heading west. There is a thing called the Poison Shrine, which has another item required for the Rainbow Drop. We're going to pick it up. And this is where actually the fairy who attends the Rubus, and she's the one who gave us our personality test. And she gives us the rain staff. Usually I make a joke about she calls us lewd because we got the sexy / lewd personality. It's lewd if you're male, it's sexy if you're female. But I took solitary this time, so I can't make that joke. But I like making that joke. Because I think she's the one that's lewd. She can literally go on and on and on about it. If you take the sexy / lewd personality, she doesn't shut up about it. So this is the Sacred Shrine. Got the rain staff, the crest, the sunstone. It makes the rainbow drop. And this will create a bridge to Zoma. So we're done here now. We're gonna go back to our Moldar. I'm gonna go buy our helmet. Can you move? Okay, that was awkward. NPC in the way. And sadly, we're going to sell our father's helmet. Didn't mean to try and sell a wizard. Sell a zombie sword. Sell the Terra armor. Sell the Expel Shield. Thunder Sword. Dragon Shield. I have enough. We're gonna buy a Great One. And I'm pretty sure that's the best armor we can get. So that's Final Gear Supply done. And now we're gonna go back to North Cave to grind a little bit, because we're still a little bit under level. We want to get probably to 400 some HP if possible. We're 16 minutes ahead of PB, which is pretty good. But with current pace, we're gonna need to one-shot the final gauntlet. My last PB was ruined because I took a death on the second to last boss. And even though I stayed 10 minutes ahead of my PB, it wasn't enough time to get through that gauntlet again. So now we're basically going to be walking back and forth here looking for Salamander. Oh boy, that's an interesting thing. Put the Starry. Need the defense stats here. So thankfully we have our updated gear, so them blasting flames doesn't do as much anymore. If we had our old gear, this would do like 70 damage every hit. But this is a fight though. That is 8,000, 16,000, 24,000 XP in one fight. If we don't die. Plus the Troll King's XP. The problem is if they spam blast flames, there is a chance of dying to this kind of fight. It really would suck to take it down. But looks like we got through it okay. So that oh wait. I'm incorrect. They're 6,000 XP each? That was only... I need to hit heal. 6, 12... Oh, my math's off. That was 21,000 that I just got. No wait, 6, 12, 18... plus 3k off the Troll King. They might be 6k each. I'll check after this fight. If I get 9,000 here, then they're 6,000 each. For some reason I thought they were 8,000. Don't remember why. Don't know why. Don't know why I was thinking they were 8,000. Okay, they are 6,000, and Troll Kings are 3,050. I don't want to take a double Troll King fight if I don't have to. This fight's fine. Just use the Flame Ring. Pretty weak fight. Ooh, another triple salamander fight. 6, 12, 18k. Plus the Hydra. This is the kind of fights you want to see in here. You want the triple salamander fights. Like, that's just free XP. They're not super tough, but they can be dangerous, but they pay out a ton. So nice, I just hit level 38. We did not get the HP roll we wanted, though. We'd like to hit 400 something, but we're only at 348, which isn't good. Just use the flame ring. Probably like 60k from another level right now. So it'll take us a little bit to get to 39. We'll also probably hit a level on the final gauntlet, and probably get a level inside Zoma's castle if things go well. So whatever level we end on in this cave, we'll probably end up getting an extra 2 levels on the way to the final boss. Of course, the higher the level you get, the more likely you are to beat the final boss. Being a speedrun, though, you're probably going in under level, at least to some extent. Another 21,000. Go out. Heal. Go back in. So my split for this is 238 to like 42, I think is my range. I'm not sure. 38 is actually kind of low. So I try to go to at least 40 if possible, without losing time, or at least trying not to lose time. 38's basically the bare minimum, and I don't like the bare minimum level. It's not efficient, it's very risky. I didn't mean to hit parry. Wasted turn. At least they're being dumb. Trolls aren't, you know, known for being very smart. Except the boss troll. Boss troll was really smart, taking over Kingdom by impersonating the king after throwing him in the dungeon. And I'd have to say that's genius for a troll. I have a free kingdom. All I have to use is a staff. I can do whatever the hell I want. The downside is that hero found him out. Was his downfall. Take out the Hydra, that's fine. Shit. Something just came up in real life. What? Okay, level 39 is pretty good. That one actually did give me a good HP roll. Okay. Heal. Go back in. Guess I'll take this fight. It's fine. Tired of the Troll Kings game. I need something that actually gives experience. Okay, we're actually going to be done farming here. We will get our bubbles inside Zoma's castle. So we're going to go to Remoldar. I'm going to go ahead and use in here. And we're going to go for Zoma's castle. While hoping we get 2 level ups in some way. I'd like to get a crit on one of these if possible. That'd be amazing. Get a crit. Can I get a crit? Can I get a crit? Nope. No crit. Actually, I might try equipping the crest against the Metabo, because the crest, I think, gives luck. Can I get a crit? Can I get a crit? Nope, no crit. Okay then. Be that way, game, be that way. And this is the only use of the rainbow drop in the game. Literally use it to create a one tile bridge. Or 2 tile bridge. And we're across and onto the Demon Lord's Castle's island. In the middle of a continent. Who put an island in the middle of a continent? Is this based off anything? Somewhere in the world where there's just a giant island in the middle of a big continent? I don't think so. Dark World is not the light world. And it's the castle. Oof. 4-minute difference from my PB. And a goldsmith. That must have been a hell of a trip getting here before. I can take these guys. Just have to keep the crest on. These guys aren't strong at all. If you notice, I ended up one-shotting him. Defeat doesn't work because I have the crest equipped. These guys actually give good XP. 3270 each. And now we gotta fight Grand Titans. We're gonna go ahead and put the blade armor on and equip our Starry. These guys have a chance of brutal hitting, and if they brutal hit, not only do we take a lot of damage, but they take a lot of damage. And we have to heal back up. We're just hoping they don't get a brutal hit after they've already weakened us pretty far. So like, technically right now I'm in kill range. So that stomp attack is the one that has a chance to brutal hit. So we're actually gonna heal now. These guys are required. You have to kill all 6 of these to proceed in this castle. You cannot just leave them sit here. You have to break all these statues. But by breaking all them, you get a guaranteed 15,000 XP. That's the brutal hit. We're gonna safety heal. That brutal hit is the reason why we put on the blade armor. Oh my god, how unlucky can I get? So, that, 4 minutes of entering the castle just got ruined. It was probably like a 4-minute time loss. I'll find out when I get my next split. I could just undo this split. Actually, it's closer to a 5-minute time loss. Because I had a 20-minute gold split, which is gone now. I probably shouldn't have done that just to keep the gold split, but oh well. I'm just running into all sorts of enemies. I need to re-equip my light armor. My luck value is really low, no wonder I could get a crit. Safety heal in the middle of the poison, even though I'm taking damage. That death actually cost me 6 minutes. God, I hate boobies. Because not only we had to make that trek back, I don't remember if you take a death if the things respawn or if they disappear. The first fight might actually be... So we're about to split that. Thanks to the crust, defeat and beat no longer matter. They can't affect us anymore. As long as we're equipped, as long as we have the crust equipped. We take it off, then we're at risk. Nope, we have to fight these guys all over again. Yeah, I might just keep the light armor equipped. Higher defense and all. No, I thought it had a higher defense. Oh, I don't have my Starry Bracelet equipped. I just switched back to the blade armor anyways. Oh yeah, you die, you have to do all this over again. Now if you beat all of them, leave and save, then you're good. But if you die, you're not good. So yeah, I went from a 20-minute gold split to a 2.5 minute time loss, which is technically a total of 6-minute time loss from one really bad luck death. But stuff like that happens. That's why my estimate for this game for a run submission is actually 7:30. Because in a safety run of this on a big stream or a kind of like a showcase of the stream would be, hey, I'm gonna safety play this. I'm not gonna do anything risky, and I'm gonna take like an extra 20 minutes of making sure I'm at the proper level. So, in a showcase run of this, I would probably go to a higher level with at least 400 HP. For a PvE run, I have to play a little bit more risky. This is bad. I could die here if I'm really unlucky again. Okay, I'm good. Okay, so there's level 40. That was a good level up. So now there's a hidden path behind the throne here. You can actually find a hint for the staircase in one of the towns or something. And now there's one of these puzzles. And we're through. Safety heal. Next room. Down here. I want to take this fight. That's why I don't want to take this fight. Please leave me alone, Mantigores. Guess I'll take this one. I have the crest equipped, so defeat won't work against me. Trying to remember what sword art. Oh yeah, these guys have heal more, right? I don't remember what these things had as like. I knew there was something to them. That's just healing, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna fight them. Just if it's just sword words by themselves, I'm not gonna bother. I don't want them healing each other. It's just wasting time in a fight. Elbow's starting to hurt because I keep leaning it on this armrest, my chair, and it's like hard stick. You'd think an arm guard would be more comfortable, but this one really isn't. Now, thankfully, I haven't broken any wizards yet this run, so the amount of wizards I have is really good right now, and I could be fine breaking like even like 4 or 5 of them. I'm about to get another one in a chest upcoming here, which is why it says second, and then it cuts off there, but it says second chest from the right. And here's Father. Turns out he fell into the Dark World, and he's trying to go defeat Zoma, but he's gonna die to the first minion of Zoma. Technically the second minion, but Ramos was the first. But yeah, he decides to cast Infernals. That's Ortega's first mistake. The second mistake is casting Zap. So, yeah. If he was smart, he would just be using Heal All when he needs to, but he runs out of MP. He didn't bring enough wizards. And he's just gonna burn to death. Rest in peace, Father. You got yourself burned to death. Father, no! He can no longer see nor hear. He's gone blind and deaf from the fire. Who's probably got massive 3rd degree burns and internal bleeding. And he's dead. Father, no. Why did you have to leave me like this? I just got here. I'm going to take my rage out on the demon Soma. I will get revenge. I don't want this fight, though. Swordoid, I don't care about you. It's the magician I want that to get away from me. So, wizard, split. And now, it's just final gauntlet. Well, I'll take this fight. Not like a over-the-top good fight, but it's not a hard fight. The Balrogs are both dead within 2 turns. The Manticore is dead within 2 to 3 turns, and the other thing I can just wail away on with my sword. And that Blazemos spell is the only real dangerous thing about this fight. And we're hoping the God, I can't talk. We are hoping the first 2 bosses will give us a level. I'll take this fight, I guess. I don't like it, but it's not horrible. It's not good either. The Swordoids start casting heal more, then this fight sucks. They don't cast heal more, then this fight's good. Fight was good. Except I'm using a lot of MP. I forgot. I have a ton of herbs and I just haven't been using them. Okay, we're going to be changing some gear here. We no longer need the crest. We no longer need the flame ring. We need the wizards. I almost accidentally walked in this fight without being prepared, which could have been really bad. Okay, we lost 1 wizard. We still have quite a few left. This will automatically start a cutscene and automatically start the King Hydra fight if you walk up here on this full thing. So I almost did by accident, which could have been really bad. Let's destroy them, but I'm just here by myself, bro. So we're gonna use Orochi here. Try to get it to trigger. Actually gonna equip the blade armor, since it's doing quite a bit of damage. Might be best to let it take recoil. Despite having to take more to the Spewfire is not super relevant. There's the Orochi drop. I'm just gonna do 1. King Hydra can't brutal hit, so this fight should be a piece of cake as long as it can't outspeed me. I don't know what my agility is right now. I know Zoma, even if you have max speed, can still sometimes outspeed you, which sucks. I'm gonna parry here because he can do over 160 damage. Yeah. I just had some pretty high damage rolls so far. They're actually kind of being annoying. That's King Hydra. Need 3 fights to go. We're gonna go ahead and go back to the light armor. Here's a wizard. And now we're in the second fight. Let's double check, make sure everything's good. We're gonna use Stop Spell on this guy, because he can cast spells. I think it's like a 50-50 on this guy, and we got it, which is good. Now, he doesn't do an over-the-top amount of damage, but he does have the ability to go 3 times in a row, and he has a high defense stat. So we're actually going to be using double Orochi. So we're going to get a drop of 150, which we did, and then we're going to get a drop of 75. I use the light armor for this guy because he has a slightly lower attack, but he also has the Blast Flames ability, and light armor reduces the amount of damage we take from that, whereas the blade armor doesn't. He's not doing enough physical damage for the blade armor to be relevant on him. So this is actually one fight where the light armor is actually very relevant. And not exactly required, but mostly required. It's highly recommended, I would say. So, first one is Baromus, the second one is Barabomus, and the third one is Baragonus. So therefore, our splits are Barabara, Barabara Barabara, and Barabara Barabara Barabara. Appropriately. The 3 Baras. In which case, the 3 Baras get doubled, so it's a 6 Baras. Just like the Starry Bracer, your Baras get doubled every time. So just replace the second half of the Bara with another Bara. So Baramus is Barabara, Barabomus is Barabara Barabara, and Baragonus is Barabara Barabara Barabara. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I think it's funny, and therefore I named my splits that. People could just name their splits Baramus, Barabomus, and Baragonus if they really wanted to. Whatever they want. And that's Bomus done. Now, a fight I hate for Zoma. Other than Zoma, who is pretty bad, this fight makes me sweat. I'm just gonna use herbs since I use the... Okay. We want weight armor. Let's check our story. We're at 206. Baragonus time. He is dangerous. So watch how much damage he does. Yeah. He can double hit. As long as I don't get outsped, this fight should be perfectly fine. But he can do over 300 damage in a turn if I'm not parrying. And this basically comes down to me using blade armor to slowly kill him. Why are you being weird? There's a double attack. I think his highest is like 160 damage, so he can do 320 in a turn. That means if my HP is under 320, I either have to heal or I have to parry. And if I get under 150, I have to heal, because even if I parry, there's a risk of dying. And if I run out of MP at all in this fight, I'm pretty much dead. I tried to use a wizard in my last attempt at this fight, which ruined my PB because he did a double attack after I used the wizard, and I took lethal damage. Because I'm always afraid of running out of MP in this fight. If you run out of MP in this fight, it's just basically a death sentence. That was close. This fight always makes me so freaking nervous. Even if I were to use the light armor here, that damage amount would not go down that much. It's better just to use the blade armor, take the hits, and try your best to stay alive here. Parry strat away and heal to safety. Like, even this 169 health is risky, and I'm just gonna heal it just in case. This is a surprisingly slow fight, but it's because he took a while to start his double attacking. PB apparently does this fight a lot faster somehow. Okay. As Baragonis, we got our last level. We got Thordane. We need to now grab the light orb. We're going to swap it for a wizard. We're going to wizard back to full. We're going to double check our gear. Equip the light armor to start. Got our wizards, light armor, got our light orb, we got our Orochi. Here we go. Final boss time. We have to immediately use the light orb. He can be very dangerous, and he also regens in this form. So this will revert him to a normal form. And I can't remember if you can stop spell him or not. I don't think you can. You can Orochi him, however. I might die. Well, that happened. RIP PB. Well, anyways, this is a good demonstration video. That'll be the end of the stream and the end of the video. So, what happened there is I got outsped. If you notice here, I'll show you. My agility is only 208. If I have a 255, the chance of getting outsped by Zoma is really low. But I do not currently have a good stat spread. I've been getting pretty bad rolls on a lot of my stats the entire game. And I think that's why I ended up losing to Zoma. So in a safety run of this, I'm only level 41. You're going to want to be 42 to 45. And I could have leveled more. And I could have sacrificed another 5 minutes to get another level. Honestly, I probably should have done that, and I might do that in future runs. In a showcase run of this, I will definitely get a higher level. And that'll put me closer to my estimate. Because my estimate for this is currently 7 hours and 30 minutes. Which, taking another hour here to properly level up makes a whole lot of sense. So, that's an NT, a nice try. That's pretty much it for the stream, and it for the video that is going up on YouTube. I hope you enjoy watching this in the future. I didn't really have many people show up for my stream, but if you're watching this on YouTube, I hope you've learned something from this run if you plan to play Dragon Warrior 3 or the Game Boy Color, or even the Famicom and SNES version, which are very different, but fundamentally have a lot of similarities, and I've explained some of the mechanics there that are different from this version. That's gonna be it. Have a good day or night, and that's everything.